Alrighty, welcome to the Ventura Unified School District General Board meeting. We'll go ahead and call this meeting to order. And first things first, let's adopt the agenda. Do we have any agenda items we wish to move?
Yes, President Forsyth, staff requests that we move items 16A1 and 16A2 to take place after 14A and B, which is the announcement of the public hearings.
Okay. So 16A1 and A2, right after 14A.
A and B,
A
yes.
and B.
Thank you.
Okay.
Additionally, I would, from the consent calendar, like to pull items 17A4 and 17D4 for discussion.
Okay, is there any other items we wish to pull? If not, we'll go ahead and entertain a motion.
Move approval.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Peterson.
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks.
Yes.
Trustee Forsyth.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a public comment? Okay, we have one public comment before our closed session.
Thank you. We do have one public comment this evening. You'll have 3 minutes, and please remember our civility statement and reminding you that students do watch this meeting, so please keep language as respectful as possible, and remember that our board members are unable to respond due to Brown Act rules. Zulith Lucero is our only public comment right now.
Good evening, board members. I urge that my name is Hulette, and I'm the Ventura County Housing Coalition Coordinator. And today I would like to ask the district to make affordable workforce housing a top priority when considering the future of surplus district land, including the Stanley property. Teachers, paraeducators, custodians, cafeteria workers, bus drivers, and other school employees are increasingly unable to afford living in the communities they serve. When the school staff are pushed farther away, districts face higher turnover, staffing shortages, burnout, and require recruitment challenges. Public land owned by the district is one of the few tools available to directly address the crisis. The value of the Stanley property should not be measured only by the highest sale price. The district should prioritize proposals that provide affordable and workforce housing, support the VUSD employees, and keep families in Ventura and strengthen the Westside community. Once public land is sold for luxury or market rate development, the opportunity is lost permanently. Declining enrollment is also connected to the housing crisis. Families are being priced out of the Ventura and forced to move away when working families leave, schools lose students, neighborhoods and lose stability, and communities lose diversity and connection. Stable housing helps the students succeed academically and emotionally because families are not dealing with displacement, overcrowding, or long commutes. The Westside has long been a hardworking community that has contributed so much to Ventura. This decision should reflect the needs of current residents and working families, not accelerate displacement. The district has an opportunity to model equitable development that benefits both employees and the broader community. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all we have for public comment at this time.
Alrighty, thank you so much. Okay, moving on. Closed session items would be pupil matters pursuant to Education Code sections 35, 14.6, 48, 91.6, 48918. Administrative recommendation of expulsion. Conference with labor negotiations or negotiators pursuant to Government Code. Public employee appointment. Conference with real property negotiators, and conference with legal counsel, and public employee discipline, dismissal, and release. Okay, do we have any questions or a motion to move to closed session?
We go to closed session.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg. Oh, I'm sorry. Trustee Peterson.
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg.
I know I'm so small, you can't hardly see me.
No, I'm sorry.
It's okay, I was behind this microphone.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks.
Yes.
And Trustee Forsyth.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Hey, thank you. We're moving into closed session.
All right, thank you very much. Coming back out of closed session, we have 2 items to report. The first is, in closed session, the board took action to approve the appointment of Katie Tedford as the interim principal at Foothill Technology High School. The roll call vote was motioned by Jerry Dannenberg, second by Sabrina Rodriguez, and the item passed 5-0. And second item the board took action on was to approve the appointment of Lindsay Guzik as the principal of Lemon Grove School. The roll call vote was as follows. Motion by Sabrina Rodriguez, second by Jerry Dannenberg, passed 5-0. So congratulations to both of those new staff, new members of their new positions. All right. Pledge of Allegiance, thank you. All right, those of you able to stand, please do. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Sorry, got to get caught up to where we are. All right. Amy, roll call.
Thank you. President James Forsythe is absent for this portion. Vice President Shannon Fredericks.
Here.
Trustee Sabrina Rodriguez.
Here.
Trustee Dr. Jerry Dannenberg.
Here.
Trustee Calvin Peterson.
Here.
And Superintendent Dr. Antonio Castro.
Here.
Thank you.
All right, and with that, we'll move to the superintendent's report.
Okay, thank you
We
very
do
much.
have some amendments to the agenda too, right? That
We did. We made those adjustments to the agenda during the adoption of the agenda, so I'll go ahead and share those. The changes to the agenda were that we're moving 16A1 and 16A2 to take place after 14A and B, which is the notice of public hearing. And then there was also pulling 2 items from the consent agenda, pulling items 17A4 and 17D4. Is that correct? Okay. Thank you. Okay, and then continuing, we have many good, a lot of fun stuff to go on tonight. So first of all, thank you all for being here, parents, families. The first thing is I had an opportunity to participate today at the Board of Supervisors. We had 3 students recognized among many students across the county. This was for the 2026 Migrant Education State Speech and Debate Recognition. We had 3 individuals place, 2 from data, Daisy Ramirez Simon, placed 6th overall, and Marlene Salgado placed 3rd overall, with Rolando Delado, who is former data student at Ventura High School, also being recognized. So if we could just pause real quickly and share our appreciation for them and what they've done. And in a moment, we're going to talk about some staff highlights, but I actually want to start with Greg, if I can turn this over to you for our EP Foster.
Yeah, it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Dawes, who's going to come introduce our STEM ambassadors.
And Dr. Bayless is under the weather tonight, so thank you for being here.
Well, good evening, Board, Dr. Castro, Executive Cabinet, and everyone. I am thrilled to get to share with you the good news tonight of our STEM ambassadors from Data Middle School and our EP Foster Ocean After School students. There's been a mentorship going on this entire year to work on our math scores. These are kids who are already at or above grade level in math, and our goal is to get them into math accelerated programs in middle school and high school so they can graduate with Calculus BC under their belt. So we're just starting with that small task, and I thought I would share with you, begin by introducing Mr. Flores, who is the site coordinator at EP Foster Ocean After School, and he'll introduce the remaining participants.
Vice President Fredericks, trustees, Dr. Castro, members of the executive board. How about a little bit of good news? My name is Daniel Flores. I'm the site director with Ocean After School at EP Foster. And for the better part of the last school year, STEM ambassadors from Data Middle School have been mentoring and tutoring our students at Ocean After School in a program called Math Accelerate. And we thought it was just really important to share some of this good news with you, some of the great work that these students are doing. The Math Accelerate program was spearheaded by Mr. Wolf from Data Middle School, and I know he doesn't like the attention, but he really is done so much to really spearhead this program, and he does so much for our students in this community. So I really just want to thank you, Mr. Wolf. But before I introduce some of the tutors from this program, I'd like to introduce some of our students from the EP Foster Ocean After School. Samantha Rivera and Jonathan Lee would like to say a few words.
My name is Samantha Rivera, and my tutor was Sanvi. I liked my tutor because she was my favorite, and we did fun math games with her. I learned a lot about multiplication, 5th grade math, and adding doubles. Thank you for helping the students of Ocean After School.
My name is Jonathan Lee. My tutor was Cullen. I like him because he was nice and fun. I learned a lot about subtracting, adding, and multiplying, even some division. Thank you for helping me learn more.
And now I'd just like to introduce some of these wonderful tutors, some of the leaders, Gwyneth Anderson, Kellen Spears, and Sanvi Kumar, some of the amazing STEM ambassadors that have been working on this project.
Hello, my name is Kellen Spears. I'm a junior at Foothill Technology High School. I'm a STEM ambassador at the local nonprofit, the Idea Center. We have come here today in collaboration with the Ocean After School program, EP Foster, and Mr. Flores to address a local issue concerning upper elementary students' academic performance. There you go. As you can see, the district's SBAC scores have not recovered since COVID-19 epidemic, and so the COVID-19 epidemic, specifically math and English.
Our goal here was to accelerate students' arithmetic skills and cultivate a love for learning in hope to combat the math proficiency. I am one of the tutors for EP Foster, and it has been really inspiring to see my student Raina improve in multiplication in real time over the school year. iExcel has been a great tool for us to use to gauge skill levels and as a practice question bank. I'm very excited to continue on with her next year.
Hi, I'm Sanvi Kumar. I'm an 8th grader at Data, and one unique aspect of the program was the walking field trips that EP Foster students got to take to the Idea Center every week. The Idea Center is about a 10-minute walk from the EP Foster campus, and their ambassadors like myself were able to teach these students how to use the CAD softwares and machines we have at the Idea Center. Personally, I have learned so much from the equipment. I've been able to expand my STEM abilities, and being able to teach this to other students was just an invaluable opportunity. And of course, it's wonderful to have these skills early on. Here we can see our student here, Jonathan. He made a laser cut ornament, which was a wonderful project. And it was on the FU2 laser, which is one of the many machines we have at the Idea Center. In the next slide, we have a few students who've made tote bags on the direct-to-garment machine. Aside from these two machines, we have 3D printers, fiber lasers, and silk screens. And students have been able to use all of these equipment. A big thank you to Ms. Laurel Dawes for all you do for VUSD. We really appreciate your support with this program. A big thank you to Mr. Flores and the Ocean After School program for allowing us to bring this idea to life. And of course, thank you to the wonderful students at EP Foster for welcoming us. Your perseverance and love for learning is inspiring, and we love seeing you every week. Thank you, guys.
Sorry, Dr. Dawes, just a question over here.
Yes.
I was just curious, I think Mr. Flores mentioned that you're choosing kids who are already a little ahead of where they're expected to be academically in math for this acceleration program?
That's right. We selected all the students who were at or above grade level in 3rd or 4th grade based on the previous year's test scores, and we invited them to participate. And then when they arrived, there were more tutors than there were students, and so we invited more students. And so it ended up being the invited students as well as others who chose to participate because they wanted to advance their math skills.
And how do the Idea Academy kids get there? Do they just walk after school, or like parents getting them there?
Mostly they walk or ride their bikes down from Data. They carpool from Foothill. Most of the students were Data students and some were Foothill students. Yeah.
Anyway, thank you to the students, and Mr. Wolf, I see you there in the back. Thank you for what you're doing. It makes a huge difference, and I know when we first talked about this, I want to say it was last summer, you know, the idea that you could pair these kids who are all excited about STEM and really getting and translating that excitement very organically to kids at EP Foster in the Ocean program. Like, it just seemed like such a wonderful pairing, and it's nice to see it actually come to fruition. So thank you for all of your hard work.
It's true. You could feel the buzz of learning when you're in the room, and there was just an excitement around math and creativity and engineering. It was really fun and exciting. Yeah. Thanks.
Fine. I was just going to say, letting them find their people to geek out with. It's all good.
It's perfect.
Okay, before we head on to honoring our student board members, I'm going to hand this over to HR.
Good evening. Thank you. Pleased to announce that we had our all staff appreciation. A couple years ago, we changed the format of our staff appreciation processes. We now have an all staff appreciation rather than the different job categories of employees. We celebrate everyone in 1 week. We have an ESP day for our education support professionals, as well as certificated employees days. And I'm pleased to announce that we have started a process last year and this year where we have our employees that nominate one another for just the wonderful work that they do each and every day on our campuses, serving our students and our community. And so this will be posted. We have 262 employees who were recognized, and so we wanted to be able to have people watch this and really be able to honor each and every individual that is recognized in this presentation. So it will be posted on the website. But wanted to just announce to the board to let you know that 262 employees across all different job categories, from sites to departments, people who are kind of a little bit more behind the scenes, and those that directly impact students on a daily basis. So just really remarkable, all of the stories and the appreciation for each employee that's been represented here, as well as those who were not represented here. And then I will pass it off to Marina.
The last slide. I think we were not gonna. Too many to go through. I just want to say that as someone who recently joined the district, it's been so heartwarming to see us doing this, you know, in a unified way for classified and certificated employees, and really that sense of partnership that we instill and the bargaining unit members feel for one another, I think is really special. And I really appreciate it, and I'm excited to be a part of that culture. The last slide that we included in this presentation was really intended to reaffirm to all of our employees that regardless of the role that we hold in this district, we play such a vital, part in the students and the families' lives, and that we need to take a lot of pride in that, and we appreciate everyone's dedication and partnership in serving our community. Thank you.
If I could ask real quick, where can we see the slideshow info?
I'll be posting that tomorrow on our website, on our staff page, as well as social media sometime this week. I can't remember exactly. It's scheduled to go out. I just don't remember when.
Thank you.
All right, well, thank you. And moving along to our student board member recognitions. Mrs. Dom, I understand you spoke with the principals, so we'll just go ahead and go in order. We'll ask the principals to come up to say a few words about each student, and then if you can stay on that side of the dais, so that way our board can share a few words, and then after everyone has a chance to speak, then you'll come over for the photo. Okay. Dr. Asplund.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Asplund, principal of Buena High School, and I am here to talk about and recognize Naima Dickerson, that you have all gotten to know this school year. She is such a gift. She is our ASB president. She is our journalism editor-in-chief. She is our cheer captain. And one of the things that I think really represents her, she's one of our wellness peers. Naima has a big heart for people. She cares. She wants to make the world a better place. And when you speak with her, you sense that she's very present and she cares deeply. The presentations that she's done this year have been remarkable. And sometimes we do a little hand-holding, and we've not done any hand-holding with Naima. It's like, oh, she thought of that? Oh, that's a great idea. She'll add things that are creative and think of things on campus that maybe we didn't think of, and she'll add them. So just independent and a leader, a natural leader, very well, great communicator, as you all heard this year, just a really effective communicator and a heart of gold. And we will miss you, and we thank you so much for representing Buena so well this year.
Good evening. Don't touch. Good evening, everyone. My name is Hector Guerrero, principal at El Camino High School at Ventura College, and I'd like to take a moment to recognize an incredible El Camino student, Miss Lizzie Okubo. Over the past years, Lizzie has been one of the driving forces behind the positive culture at El Camino. As ASB president, she has helped to create activities and events that bring students together, helping us organize our student orientation, career brunch, amongst so many other projects and activities on campus. She has a real talent for making students feel welcomed, included, and connected. Lizzie has also helped shape the vision for our student-run ECHS Eagles Instagram page, which opened up the door for her work as a VUSD student communications intern with Ms. Quiroz. In addition, this past year, she has represented, obviously, our school, El Camino, here on the board, and she's done that with the highest degree of professionalism, poise, maturity. She's the kind of student that sees an opportunity and she rises to the occasion every single time. On top of that, she's been involved in CAPS Media, CSF, School Site Council, math tutoring, Girl Scouts, and has even completed an internship with the County of Ventura. And yet somehow she still manages to stay humble, positive, and always approachable. What stands out the most about Lizzie is the way that she treats people. Students and staff consistently describe her as kind, welcoming, hardworking, and inspiring. She has genuinely made our campus a better place to be. Lizzie, thank you for everything you have given to El Camino and your community. We are so proud and very excited for you, and we can't wait to see what you accomplish at UCLA next year. Congratulations, and from El Camino to the
Good evening, board and cabinet. I am proud principal at Foothill Tech for another month, Courtney Johnson, and I am honored to just give a little tribute to Santana Schnitzler, who you have all gotten to know and appreciate over the course of this year. I was privileged to meet Santana when he was in 8th grade, and I was coming into Cabrillo, and I'm not kidding, he was introduced as my future U.S. president. And I was like, well, that's a really big expectation to set. But he was president of leadership that year, And he did not fail to fulfill those expectations set in that introduction, that first day. Santana not only is an incredible leader on campus, but he is challenging himself with AP classes. He also sees our campus through a lens to make sure that all students are seen and valued. And you can see that in the added student activities that have happened on campus this year to increase diversity and also opportunities for our students. Santana, thank you so much for your professionalism and the dedication that you've shown this, as a student board rep this year, and also as a profound leader on our campus. Your commitment to our student voice and willingness to represent the perspectives of peers at the district level and beyond in our community is deeply appreciated. Your presentations I have received feedback from community members that I've never met, thanking Santana for what a great job he does to keep everyone informed of the incredible opportunities and successes and events that happen on our campus. I'm really grateful for the effort and the care that you've devoted to your position. He's done so with so much integrity. And I am really excited that he's going to continue representing Foothill next year because he has been reelected as ASB president because I don't think anyone else can fill his shoes. So Santana, thank you so much for all that you've done. And I can't wait to see you on the ballot in a few years. So thank you.
Hello, I am Geneva Bento. I'm the interim principal at Pacific High School. And unfortunately, my reps were not able to make it, but Casey and Abby Sargent were our representatives. And first of all, I want to say they stepped into a role that they did not know anything about. Willingly, acceptingly, they jumped into it when we said, is this something you might be interested? Absolutely. And that embodies who they are as students. Casey and Abby joined us at PHS, and it hasn't been an easy road. They had some challenges that they faced. They faced them with grace. They faced them with humility. They worked hard, and we can't be any more proud of who they are as people and how they represented Pacific High School. At Pacific High School, we talk a lot about relationships being our founding success. This is one of our core pillars. They are an exemplar of what a relationship looks like at Pacific. They're able to take a little slice of life of what we do on a daily and share it with the community, share it with our city, and really show that Pacific is full of heart, and they were the perfect people to join us. So unfortunately, they're not here, but we are so happy they were able to be here for us this year. And we look forward to whatever the future brings them. So, Casey and Abby Sargent.
Good evening. I'm Scott McNutt, Director Principal at Ventura Adult and Career Education. It's my pleasure to thank Gisela Salazar for being our student representative this year. I also want to thank Kane Belante and Serena Boyd, who were the representatives before Gisela. At our school, students finish the program throughout the year, and oftentimes we need other people to step up. And when I put a message out to the teachers, it didn't take long for Gisela to be the one that was referred, and she grabbed the bull by the horns and decided to take on that responsibility. So. I want to thank all of our representatives throughout the year. Gisela is a 2025 graduate of Ventura High School and 3-year Future Farmers of America Club president. She'll be completing her CTE program in business administration in August. And it is worth noting that Gisela has made a name for herself with her potluck contributions. Most notably, her pupusas and choco flan have rocked everyone's taste buds there. So with a long career ahead of her, I definitely see big things for Gisela and want to thank you again. Thank you.
Good
Good evening. My name is Marissa Rodriguez, principal of Ventura High School, and I want to take a moment to recognize our exceptional Cougar student leader, our ASB president, Sala Duque. Sala has represented Ventura High School with integrity, compassion, and purpose. Her leadership over the last 4 years has consistently reflected a commitment to unity, inclusion, and equity, and you'll see that through all our activities and events that we have continued to build. She ensures that every student feels seen, valued, and connected to our school community. And what makes Sala truly special is it's not just her ability to lead, but the way she leads. She's kind, humble, and just has a genuine heart for others. She understands leadership is about service. It's not about her, like she's always giving to others, and about bringing people together and about creating opportunities and for every voice to matter. On behalf of Ventura High School, Sala, thank you for your dedication to our students, our school, and our district. You have made an impact, and we are incredibly proud of the example you will continue to set for others. Thank you.
Board members?
Well, first of all, congratulations. You guys have done a great job throughout the year, and you've tackled what most people fear, and that's speaking in public. So you've already took that hurdle, and you've also, you 7 represent over 13,000 students. So that's something to be proud of, and we loved working with you, and we can't wait to see what you do in the future.
I'd just like to thank you for your time that you've served on the board and been with us. Your insight and your detailed reports really help us understand what's going on at the school sites. But more importantly, what you've proved to me is that we're in good hands in the future. You know, we always worry about the future, what's going to happen in the future. With young people like you, we don't have anything to worry about. So thank you very much.
Every year when we have this opportunity to thank our student board members, it's so interesting to see the similarities and differences across the years. And what I can say about this year in particular, you are all such exceptionally kind people. And that just comes through in every single interaction I've had with you. You are people who take very seriously your responsibility as leaders, but you do it with such kindness and compassion for others that in a world that isn't always that way, it's really noteworthy, and it's been really wonderful for me. You know, because you've sat up here with us, sometimes this job isn't great, right? Like sometimes we don't have meetings that are super happy, and your reports and the focus on what's happening at our school sites and the enthusiasm you have for what you're doing at your sites and how you're serving your colleagues just lifts our meetings. It always leaves me inspired that like you guys are doing such great things for the kids that you serve, and that like, you know, whatever else might be going on, like there's great things happening at all of our high schools because of the types of leaders you all are. So thank you for that. I know it takes a ton of time, and like it's not always acknowledged, you know, in the day when you're giving up time from sports and school and all the things of life, but really appreciate how much time and energy you guys have given to your roles as leaders. And if I can ever be a resource to you, please don't hesitate to ask, because we really appreciate all you've done.
I always hate going last because, yeah, what they said. But no, I mean, really, it has been wonderful having you guys all as colleagues. And we know there's great stuff going on on our campuses, but being able to put a spotlight on those and hearing the student voice is incredibly important to the work we do. It helps us stay focused, and it helps remind us who we're here serving. And I'm just incredibly proud of the work that you have all been doing for us this year. Your creativity, I mean, first time having a mascot come and give a little wave to us on the first day. That was mind-blowing. No, it's just, you were creative, you were wonderful, and very excited to see where your paths lead you, and I hope it will always bring you back to VUSD, because you always have a place in our heart. Thank you.
I just want to really share my appreciation. You helped kick off our school year. You were there to welcome us at our Celebrate event, and several of you prepped for joining us for our district leadership team meeting, and a couple of you were able to join us. This comment of student voice, you ground us in what really matters. So thank you for continuing to represent what leadership means to you, but how we need to lead to be able to meet the needs of where you are and where your fellow students are. The last thing I'll say is just this kindness factor, I think, is every group is unique. We saw that on display at our district leadership team meeting. Beyond the fact that you're just kind, thoughtful people, the fact that each of you, in your different ways, do what you can to advocate for students and for people that you've never met, and that you take that on and you do that from a place of goodness within you. You are all extraordinary. So thank you for sharing that gift with us. And you can clap. It's okay. Yeah. Thank you. So if we can, why don't we have our student members come over here, and the board can stand up and we can get a photo.
All right, hard to top that. Do we have any correspondence?
We do not.
All right, public comments.
We do, thank you. Good evening, everyone. Based on the number of public comment cards we have received this evening, each public comment will receive 3 minutes to speak. We will give you a 30-second warning, and the timer will indicate when time is up. Before we begin, we would like to remind everyone that the governing board recognizes the impact that civility has on the effective operation of the district, including its role in creating a safe and positive school climate and enabling a focus on student well-being, learning, and achievement. The board believes that everyone should be treated with dignity and respect in their interactions within the school community. The board understands that the First Amendment provides strong protection for speech. However, the board also expects that all speech, expression, and action will follow the norms of civil behavior on district grounds, in meetings, and in events. Please remember that this meeting is streaming live, and we do have students who attend and watch our meetings. So please keep language as respectful as possible. Please also remember that due to the Brown Act rules, the board may not respond to public comments that are made. Please also note the microphone at the podium has been calibrated. No need to touch it, just speak right into it. And we will get started. I'll call 3 names at a time so you can start making your way forward. First is Jackson B, followed by Ryan R, followed by Tony D.
Hello, everyone. I'm Jackson Bailey. You may remember me from the past 2 board meetings. I'm the only guy that shows up in a green shirt. I'd like to preface this by stating my thanks to Superintendent Dr. Castro for not only coming to my school, but to my class. This action has opened the minds of the students, and we feel more comfortable about conversing our wants and needs with the other board members and discussing HR. I would like to specify that after our meeting, you stated and confirmed that it was an enrollment issue with AutoCAD and SolidWorks class that directly contributed to the decision to cut the program. I would like the members of the board to understand that after enrollment of the class was closed, we had 7 applicants express interest, but upon finding out that enrollment was closed, they were forced to turn away. This would have doubled the class's enrollment, rendering the low enrollment argument null and void. All of us in the class believe that the decision to close our class was made too quickly and without prior research. Currently, after July 7th, my instructor, Scott Collins, is going to be forced into a reduced presence, only being available for 19 hours a week. That's a little over 3 hours a day, and he doesn't get paid a full living wage off of this. Me and the other students spend 8 hours a day in class, rendering half of our day without an instructor. We are KTE, not K through 12, and there are no obvious replacements for this class that offer the same amount of resources. We have nowhere to go if the class is closed. What I want to know is, when did my future get decided for me, and why was my class's instructor immediately considered to be on the chopping block after I paid my tuition? This entire situation has affected the course material as well. The enrollment counselor has directed that my instructor cut out non-critical elements of my course material in order to speed up the process. This is a terrible decision because all of the course material is needed, but he was directed to remove something anyways. If I cannot provide the information that has been removed to my class to my employers or my certification test, I won't be able to get my certifications. The deadline is coming up fast, and my class has been made even more stressed with the info we have gathered. I must insist, as a student of our system, for the motto, for the future of every student, please reconsider this decision and talk to each other. Please speak to HR, talk to each other, and discuss it. To Dr. Castro, now that you have more facts about the CAD program and what we need, I hope that we can create a better solution than what we have. And I thank you for coming to our school. Please talk to the other members, invite them, and broaden the scope. And I wish all of you a good evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next is Ryan G., followed by Tony D., followed by Dexter N.
Hi, everyone. My name is Ryan Gardner. This is my second time coming up here. I am an adult attending the Ventura Adult and Continuing, or now Career Education. I also wanted to thank Dr. Castro for your comments and attending our class today, as well as Dr. McNutt. That was very informative, and we do greatly appreciate your time. Some of the things that I wanted to point out is the Ventura Adult Continuing Education class is this course is a EPTL listed course that is funnels students through CalWorks. I believe that as a injured, permanent and stationary disabled student that was fired from a career that I was at for 15 years and now trying to redefine what I am, that we really focus and look at what ADA compliant roles are in the school district. I think that it's essential. We're WASC accredited, we're COE accredited. We need to act accordingly and respect students with, and part of that is we signed contracts at the beginning. Part of the school, they have you dress accordingly like you're going to the job. They want you to act like you're in a career and you're going to the job. We signed papers saying that we would be graduating and not milking it, and that when we were done with the course, we'd leave. I expect an instructor until I leave. That's a big part of it. 3 hours a day. There's no fat left on this in this course. This is from day one. You're grinding. It is hard. It is. I'm sitting in the same chair from 8 a.m. till 5 p.m. and now I'm working through lunches. We're going to be working through our summer breaks. We are doing everything we can to try to sprint to a finish. That also makes it difficult to retain information and isn't a fair curriculum that we paid for. This also accepted FAFSA money. Being on the EPTL list, this accepted money from students that only get one Pell Grant or one chance to try for a college experience. So I would encourage our human resources, I think is what we talked about in class today, to reconsider and really look at what finishing a contract for the value of the students and not for what is needed to kick a teacher out to try to make budget cuts. But that's just my. Thank you very much for taking this.
Up next, sorry, trying to stop the timer. Up next, Tony D., followed by Dexter, followed by Evangeline R.
Good evening, board members. As a former student of VACE in the same program that two guys were speaking about, it holds a real good passion part of my life because I went through some stuff, and it allowed me to reinvent myself. I'm a 20-plus year union electrician who had to change his career because his knees got damaged. I have 2 brand new knees. Also, I feel some type of way. You know, I appreciate all the accolades that all the other students got, but it seemed like the students who may not even want to go to a four-year school, or because a four-year school is not for everybody. And even us old guys who have to reinvent ourselves, here's an opportunity. I'm a transplant in this county, but I've been here 24 years. I came from the Bay Area. If this same program was in the Bay Area, it would blow up. I've been all over this state, and I've never seen a program like this, especially the class that these guys are in, and I finished. When I was told about this, it hurt me, because from this program, I was able to get back to where I was as an electrician financially and put my kids through Oaks Christian. My son now is a big stock guy, and my daughter's about to graduate from NYU that I had to pay for as a dad, like I'm supposed to. So for me to have this program or this particular class over at VASE just get the snippets, it's hurtful. And I was looking at your mission statement, your vision. This class represents everything that's on that board. And I think you guys should really, really reconsider cutting this class is not the way to do it. Because I've talked to many kids in Camarillo. I live in Camarillo, and I'm coming here to express how I feel about the program. I just think that you guys should think about it a little bit longer, dig a little deeper. I don't know if you guys got kids that went through the program or not. I would say
30 seconds.
all you guys need to come up out these chairs and come over to the school and see it for yourself, because you'll be surprised what you find. Again, there's a lot of kids here who may not be ready or not, can't appreciate going to a four-year school, or just it's just not for them. This school creates careers, not just jobs. So please reconsider. Thank you.
Next is Dexter, followed by Evangeline, followed by Nadir.
On May 4th, 2026, we were contacted by a mother from Balboa Middle School in Ventura regarding a letter her daughter had wrote her. In the letter, her daughter stated that over a period of time, a male administrator had allegedly been asking her weird questions about her body parts and if she was on her period and if she had a tampon. To me, these concerns could be misunderstood or confusing until the next statement by the male administrator was, "Don't tell anyone." My name is Dexter. I'm the founding director of Project 50. We are a organization that advocates for the black community here in Ventura County. I'm not here to ask you guys for anything, but I am here to share with you the position that your principal at Balboa Middle School has put you in. When she had a meeting this past Monday with the parent, the mother, and she asked a question, "What is it that you would like for us to do?" Well, Miss Principal of Balboa Middle School, I'm here to explain that to her. As a principal in the state of California, she is a mandated reporter when something comes across her desk of this magnitude. She is required to do two things: Child Protective Services and Ventura County Law Enforcement. She did neither one. Now, I know after that meeting on Monday, she sent out a resignation email, letter, or however it was sent out. But because she failed to do her job, then you guys have an opportunity to decline that resignation letter. And another thing that she did, She showed that letter to the alleged perpetrator and put that 12-year-old girl's life in danger.
30 seconds.
That 12-year-old girl had to write another report the very next day because of that alleged perpetrator's behavior towards her. So for him, he may have been looking at her for a while. He may have been thinking about it for a while. He may have been seeing there was no father in the house. There was no father coming to any parent-teacher conference, no meetings or anything like that. But the mistake he made was that
time is up.
there is a father in Project 50
Sir,
that is looking
time is up.
after these people. Thank you.
Next up is Evangeline, followed by Nadir. Gina, can you move the
And as the
microphone
next
for me?
speaker's coming up, although the Brown Act applies to the board, it doesn't apply to staff. So I just wanted to acknowledge the statements that we are in the process of following up with the family. Ventura Unified prides itself on our response to these things. If we are inadequate, we will grow. And so thank you for the report, and we will move forward to address any of these concerns.
Hi, my name is Evangeline, and I'm a student at Ventura High School. I'm here to share the impact Mr. Donnelly, my biology teacher, has had impacts on students like me. I understand that I may not know every detail of the situation, but I do know what it's like to be in his classroom. And right now, many of us are worried about whether or not he'll be returning for the rest of this year and or next year. That uncertainty has been difficult for students who rely on his support every day, because right now, we don't have a teacher teaching us. We are given papers, but we are not given somebody to teach us the actual material in those papers. Mr. Donnelly isn't just a teacher who gives assignments. He pays attention to his students and what they need to succeed. For example, he rearranged the classroom desk just so I could get physically around better, his classroom. That might seem like a small change, but it made a big difference for me. It showed that he notices and cares enough to take action. As someone with an IEP, having a teacher who is patient, understanding, and willing to adapt isn't optional. It's necessary. Mr. Donnelly creates an environment where I feel comfortable asking questions and actually learning instead of feeling left behind. He supports students not just academically, but in ways that help succeed as individuals. Situations like this don't just affect staffing. They affect students, especially students who rely on support to feel safe, understood, and capable in the classroom. I'm speaking because I've experienced what it's like to have a teacher who truly supports his students, and I know how much that matters. Thank you.
Last speaker is Nadir. I'm sorry if I'm saying that wrong.
Napier.
I thought that was a D. My apologies, Napier.
That's fine. Hi, my name is Napier Thornton. I'm coming here because of a particular situation that's taking place at Balboa. I hate to say his name, but it's Larry Anter is, to me, an exceptional educator, exceptional. And as much time as he has put into Balboa, I feel like he's getting a little bit of a bad deal. So his electives are being taken from him because students haven't enrolled, or he doesn't have a high enough enrollment. And as much time that he's given to the school and to the district, I think that more effort needs to be made in keeping quality teachers, quality educators, than just numbers on a paper based upon what kids want. His class is a digital media class. And on my drive over here, I just thought to myself, like, out of all the electives, what elective do I think a child needs moving forward into high school, into college? And out of the electives that are given between woodshop, I believe it's art and life skills, I would think that in this day and age with AI and stuff like that, that digital media is probably a good head start for these kids. And I don't know if that is a big consideration, but more importantly, I think a lot of weight needs to be given to who the person is as a teacher. The last person that was up here was just talking about how important their teacher is to them. And I know how hard it is to get quality teachers that have been in the school system for a long time. And to, for all intents and purposes, force a person who's been there, I think he's been there over 15 years, being forced out because the school no longer wants to offer that particular class, I think is a travesty. I have 3 kids in the district. I have one in high school, one that's going to high school, and one that's going to kindergarten next year. And as a parent, this is my first time doing this, but I am definitely going to be more involved. And I've had other parents reach out to me about this particular situation, so I think before it turns into something more than what it is, I would strongly consider that you guys maybe look into it and maybe change the model of how these decisions are made. Thank you guys very much for your time. Have a great evening.
That is all the public comment we have for the evening.
Thank you, and I'll just share, this is information that's already public. So Mr. Anter is aware, as is the community, that he has a full-time position next year. So I just wanted to share that. And also, Amy, if you, before you leave, if you can give me your contact information to Amy or Marianne, I would love to follow up with you. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much to all of our speakers. We have 2 items of public hearing.
Thank you, Vice President Fredericks. There's no action to be taken. This is just a notice of public hearings to be held at a future meeting, both for the LCAP and the proposed 26-27 budget. Thank you.
All right, so at the beginning of our meeting back at 4 o'clock today, we moved 2 items up so that we could have our community speakers join us. So I'd like to invite the African American Parent Council up, please. What is that word? Yes.
We're super happy to be here tonight to present on all of the efforts and events and all of the accomplishments of the African American Parent Council during the school year. I am going to get out of the way and get them going. So to start us, oh, actually I do have a slide. I got a slide. Okay, so just we're doing kind of back-to-back presentations with 2 different affinity groups that we have here in VUSD. One is our African American Parent Council, which will be followed by our DLAC for our Multilingual Learner Committee. So what is an affinity group? It's a group that offers families the opportunity to discuss their individual experiences among a peer group that share common identity. Parents and guardians develop self-awareness and cultural knowledge, problem-solve social interactions, and build communities of support. And it's also a fantastic opportunity for us to build relationships, gain insight, perspective, and shape our policies and practice to support all of our students. So with that, I'm now going to get out of the way. I'm going to introduce Ms. Bobby Richards, our African American Parent Council Academic Coordinator and retired VUSD rock star. Come on up.
Well, she was supposed to stay professional.
Yeah.
Let's start with our mission statement. The African American Parent Council, the AAPC, is a group of parents committed to holding VUSD accountable for nurturing students for academic success, promoting positive educational and social experiences for our children, building relations within the community to support our children, and celebrating the strengths and unique experience of Black students in VUSD. The year in review is the next slide. Oh, it's me. Somebody else do it. I can do it. This is a year in review, just what we were recommending for this past year's, for this current school year, to continue to develop and implement culturally sustaining practices that honor our students' identities and experiences. In addition, question use of materials that include the use of the N-word, to be sensitive to the impact of using various texts on Black African American students, utilizing our professional learning opportunities to support and implement culturally sustaining practices. That's kind of a snippet. Number 2 is to continue to cultivate a diverse workplace, teachers, administrators, ESP counselors and staff, with efforts to support and retain Black African American educators and staff in VUSD. Focus group, the focus group will be good, and exit interviews to find out when they're leaving, why they're leaving, and to focus on recruitment and retention of these individuals. To continue to expand implementation and monitoring of practices and procedures created in anti-bias and anti-racial, racist, the ABAR, work group for dealing with derogatory language and acts. Focus on continuous improvement in shifting culture to be more loving, just, and inclusive. We're looking for a unified approach to addressing incidents where students are subjected to the N-word in the use in the text, in graffiti, or other derogatory language. This includes revisiting and reinforcing ongoing training to ensure a consistent response across schools and the district in handling ABAR-related incidents. Number 3, to continue to expand implementation and monitoring of practices and procedures created in ABAR, the work group for dealing with derogatory language and acts. Focus on continuous improvement in shifting culture to be more loving, just, and inclusive. And 4, continue to expand district-wide participation in events and initiatives across all sites and across the county. For example, Black History Month was not mentioned or represented at the site level at some elementary and middle schools. Also, there should be examples of diverse literature, role models, speakers, no matter what the demographics are at the site. Some accomplishments and reflections of this past school year. The AAPC is still going strong. It is an accomplishment to have the space like AAPC here in the district where we can have discussions and connect and also advise VUSD. As we'll hear later, progress monitoring of the Black and African American students continues this year with a focus on not just middle schools, but all school levels, all grade levels. We had 3 amazing guest speakers this past year, Dr. Nellum, Veronica Scott, and Amaya Faith Weaver. We'll hear more about them tonight as well. We have opportunities to meet in person and have dinner and community. Kwanzaa events at the end of the year and end of the year celebrations. Our end of the year celebration this year is in a couple of weeks, May 20th, next week. We had cultural celebrations in our meetings, including celebrating diverse children's books and Black History Month. We supported the continued anti-bias and anti-racial efforts. We'll hear more about that later on this evening as well. And 7, a strong two-way bridge between the AAPC and VUSD. What we would like is intentional inclusion of AAPC members to participate on district committees like PAC. A safe place to communicate concerns is the Village Voice as a part of our AAPC agenda. And inform and discuss culturally responsive, this word always trips me up, pedagogy. Strong relationships between VUSD and AAPC. And I'll bring up now Joe Richards.
Isn't she cute? say pedagogy. Okay, so I'm going to be up here briefly just to share with you and give you some perspective of the number of African American or students of African descent within the school district. And this information here is from Aries. And so when you look at it here, it says 1.2%. And so we questioned that in our meetings, Dana, Bobby, and I, and we were concerned. And what we found out is that there are probably quite a few students of African descent in the 2 or more races category. And so we went to, I'm sorry. So this right here is the breakdown of enrollment by site. Buena, 60 students. You can read it for yourself. I'm not going to go by the numbers. But as you can see, Buena having the most in the high schools, and Balboa and Cabrillo being tied for the most in the middle schools. Okay. And then this is the elementary schools by site, with Portola and Citrus Glen basically having the most number of students of African descent. And so, what did I do? Did I skip something? The last numbers that we had came from Elevation, which has more students than we had in the actual Aries system. And so with that, I will bring back up Ms. Bobby Richards to continue with the academic monitoring.
Before our last AAPC facilitator left town, Robin Freeman, who visited mostly middle schools to follow up with students. My role this year as the academic advisor was to visit all levels of schools. So it started off with a meet and greet where I met with the majority of students from each school one day, set up the appointments and contacted principals. And they connected me with who to contact within their individual schools to set up a meeting day and time for students of African American descent, just to introduce myself and to make sure that they knew that there was someone within the district that was particularly zeroing in on them and their needs, if it was just to even have a conversation about some of the things that they experienced. So at the beginning of the year, it started with me meeting students at all schools. And the only ones that I did not get a chance to meet with was Sheridan Way and Will Rogers. After that initial meeting and conversations with the principals or the counselors there, I left with the understanding that if any of the students had a need to have a conversation with me about something that they were experiencing, whether it was their academic progress or it was mostly their academic progress, I'll leave it there, that the principals or the counselors can call me at any time and we would set up appointments. If the parent wanted me to meet with their students, we would set up appointments to meet with them. And this is something that's ongoing to this day. As a matter of fact, I have a couple of meetings next week to meet with some students at middle school and at elementary school. So as the academic advisor for the AAPC, that has been something that's very dear to my heart, to be available to students who may need someone to talk to about their cultural differences and things like that.
Bobby, sorry, I just want to ask, do you want questions now or at the end?
I think at the end, if you don't mind.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Dana Lomax, and I'm a teacher on special assignment in the Multilingual Multicultural Department, and I have the pleasure of supporting the African American Parent Council. And we are happy to share that many members of our community are now familiar with the term ABAR. And for those who aren't, ABAR stands for Anti-Bias and Anti-Racism. And in VUSD, we have established ABAR practices and procedures that were initiated 4 years ago by the AAPC and developed in partnership with the ABAR Work Group, which is a diverse coalition of community organizations and educators. And these practices reflect our commitment to taking issues of bias and racism very seriously. Our goal is to build strong, inclusive communities, nurture relationships, and integrate culturally sustaining pedagogy across the curriculum so that we prevent harm to the greatest extent possible and then respond thoughtfully when harm does occur. This year, we continue to expand awareness across our district regarding ABAR approaches. We've offered workshops for classified staff, including bus drivers and paraeducators, and we're encouraged by the strong turnout and engagement. Karen's going to speak to some of the numbers in those workshops. They were full, packed houses, which is great. Looking ahead, we plan to offer more in-depth opportunities for families and students to become more familiar with ABAR practices and procedures. And the AAPC has continued to support this work through presentations to principals and staff, focusing on how to build community and how to respond to derogatory language and acts. The AAPC also continues to recommend that the N-word not be used or read aloud on campus and encourages educators to be thoughtful about the texts they choose and the impact of such language and acts. This includes preparing for honest conversations about racism and bias and being prepared to have those conversations. Finally, members of the AAPC have emphasized the importance of teaching about the African American community beyond trauma by uplifting the contributions, achievements, and rich cultural history of African Americans and celebrating Black excellence, joy, and resilience, and having conversations about the African American community beyond enslavement and civil rights. We are also proud to share that other districts in our county have reached out to us for support in developing their own ABAR practices and procedures, and many are using VUSD's ABAR approach as a model. And it is now my pleasure to introduce Lisa Odenkirk.
Hello, my name is Lisa Odenkirk, and I have two kids. Well, I have two kids. One graduated from Buena 2 years ago. I'm sorry, and my youngest is in 6th grade at Anacapa, and I also have the pleasure of being a substitute teacher in the district. We are going to go over what our meetings and events are like, and the AAPC and the BSUs have been really busy this year, and we'd like to share some of the gatherings and special events that we have enjoyed so far this year. So at our meetings, you will be able to find us revisiting goals that we have set for ourselves, listening to guest speakers that are invited to our meetings, going to special events. The Black History Month was a really great opportunity. We had some guest speakers. I'm sorry, that's on the other page. Veronica Scott. She was amazing. She's also done some work in the district, and everybody really enjoyed what she has to offer. She's come to our meetings several times, and it's always such a great treat when she's there. My family had the opportunity to attend an event at the Thousand Oaks Library. It was a musical event called the String Sisters, and it was amazing. We had such a good time, and we're always being kept up to date about the different events that are going on in the county, even if they aren't a part of VUSD. There are cultural opportunities. Like I said, Black History Month is always a big month for us, but we also do things during before the winter break. We have a really great Kwanzaa celebration. It's one of the highlights of the year. We get to learn about what that is and what that means and how to celebrate and how it brings our community together. And then we review any updates that we may have, like if we've met any goals or if there's any traction on any of the things that we've asked for. This is the time that we get to do that. And we meet virtually, and we have increased our in-person meetings this year, and that's been a really good treat because it allows us to come together and build community. One of the things that was implemented this year is the Village Voices. It is an opportunity for the members to be able to express what's going on at their different school sites in the community. They can share what's on their mind, and it allows us to be able to be there, to create community for one another, to help find solutions to any issues that may be going on, and it really gives each member the opportunity to really feel like they are being seen and heard. Some of our guest speakers this year has been Dr. Christopher Nellam. He's a student and family agency, and he spoke about student and family agency, the importance of representation. We also had Dr. Greg Bayless come in and speak to us about data recording of academic performances of African American students, and that helped us to really get a grasp of how well our students are doing in the district. Sherilyn Danebrock, she gave us a overview of how to view Aries. So we as parents know how to go in and check those grades, how to keep our kids accountable, and so that they aren't trying to put anything past us. So we really appreciated that. Okay, I'm probably gonna mess up this. I'm gonna try. Vicky Yasinchuk? Close. She spoke to us about our anti-bullying efforts, restorative and disciplinary protocols, and resources. Again, Veronica Scott, she spoke to us about the power of community, coping strategies, and joy, because we could all really use that right now. And then she had us do a group poem called Planting Seeds. And then my favorite was Amaya Faith Weaver. She came to us, and she's a student in the Oxnard School District. She goes to Thurgood Marshall. She's in 7th grade, and she won the speech contest that the Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority holds every year in February. And she recited the poem or the speech that she gave. She's a powerful speaker. That girl's going, she's going places. And I had because I'm also a substitute teacher in the Oxnard School District, and I have subbed in her class before. She's an excellent student. And then here is our group get-together of our Kwanzaa celebration. The families get to come together, we get to share a meal, we get to learn about the history and how the community is drawn together with Kwanzaa. It is a highlight that we enjoy. It's something that our former facilitator started, Robin Freeman, and I'm happy to say that we carry on this tradition every year. It's one of the highlights, and if any of you ever have the chance to come and check it out, I invite you to. You'll have a really good time and you'll learn a lot. And now I would like to pass it on to Shoshana.
Yes. Okay. Alrighty. Hello. Yeah, I was like, hey, yes, thank you. Hello, my name is Shoshana Shively, and I have a 7th grader at Anacapa Middle School. I grew up here in Ventura, went to Montalvo, Anacapa, and Ventura. So for Black History Month this year, we celebrated 100 years of Black History Month. And during week 1, VUSD commemorated Black History Month by sending out info to the students, family, and educators. During week 2, we had our guest speaker, Veronica Scott, who sat in at our meeting and did the poetry with us. During week 3, students from the high schools, the high schools' Black student unions visited elementary school classrooms and read to the students. So this year, 16 out of the 17 elementary schools were visited, which was 38 classrooms, and approximately 900 third graders were read to. And this year, Foothill joined alongside Buena High School, Ventura High School. And we also, during the 4th week, we had the door contest, and we'll show pictures of that coming up. So this is with the Black Student Union readers that visited the elementary schools. And we would like to give a huge shout out to Marcia Amagazi of Buena High School for coordinating and organizing the door contest and the BSU readers. And then for the door contest, it was highly contested. There were 18 judges, and the theme was 100 years of commemorations for the 100th year of Black history. And these were the winners for this year. And starting next year, I believe staff here can participate for the door contest as well. And I'm going to pass it.
Okay, the Ventura County Office of Education puts on an equity conference. Dr. Cesar puts it on and they sponsor it. It's the only equity conference that's put on by our county office that's free. If you go to other counties and you attend it, you have to pay, but our Ventura County does it for free. And Dana Lomax and I had the pleasure of presenting at the equity conference this year. And we presented on our African American Parent Council and our process. We talked about how we form. We gave a little bit of our history. We talked about how we operate. And we also talked a lot about ABAR. And what we found out is that, our ABAR processes have been duplicated in other districts. So, you've seen our little chart. We saw our little chart in different colors, but it was definitely our little chart. And, when we talked about ABAR, our vision was to try to have a process to give a common approach to resolving issues involving hate speech, basically. And it's very important that all schools and all staff really adopt these processes because it gives us the opportunity to both resolve disputes before they grow into something bigger, and also it gives us opportunity to teach students how to solve their own problems and their own issues. And so it's been very successful when it's been used in the district. I didn't know when we went forward with it that it would become what it is today, but it has become something that's very important to the district. I think that in our current state of society, something like this is really valuable, and it will teach it, at least within our culture, within Ventura Unified School District, this is the way that we resolve these type of issues. This is the way that we respond. And we take these things seriously, and we will respect everybody that's part of it, and we will communicate well. And so I applaud the school district for taking this up, and also Dana Lomax for really leading this process. It has been a pleasure working with Dana. Our upcoming events, we have our final meeting on May 20th, and we call it a meet and eat meeting. And what we found out is that meet and eat is a lot better than Zoom. It's a lot better than Zoom. And what we found out also is that in our in-person meetings, especially for our young ones, when we bring our students and our children, that they get to collaborate and get together and have fun. And like when you saw the numbers in the school, some of the numbers are very low. And so they very seldom get an opportunity where there's a large number of African-American students in the room, where they get to have fun, they get to talk, they get to do whatever they want to do with each other, they get to know each other, and they form lifelong friendships through that. And so we will be celebrating at that meeting our high school graduates. We'll talk about our accomplishments, and also it's just a celebration of community. So you're all invited if you'd like to come. We would love to see you there.
Thank you, sir. Looking a little bit at some outcomes of just putting, kind of synthesizing some of the things we've been talking about, things that we're proud of, excited about, and then next steps that we might take. One is the focus on academic achievement. As Bobby shared, she met with every student. It has been heartening to see principals realize that this is a resource there for them to increase perspectives and make sure that families feel heard. I know Bobby's been called into SSTs for students to help really facilitate and collaborate those, and we would like to increase that moving forward. And then also meeting with Dr. Bayless to drill down in that data. We talk about achievement gaps, where, when, who, which grades, which subjects, right? So that we can really start targeting or continue to target and build that capacity to meet those needs. Our practices and procedures, one of the focuses this year was for classified. And so it was, I don't, Dana, would you say standing room only? Yeah, standing room only. In August, we were like, oh, that room's big enough. And our classified staff turned up in droves to get trained on ABAR procedures in both August, and then in January we knew better. We got a bigger venue. They came as well. But still then we realized that there are certain segments perhaps, right, that are off busy doing other things on those in-service days. So we worked with Ari Weiberg to get bus drivers trained. Dana went out and did a customized, specialized training for them. Kara, I see you over there. We're coming for food and nutrition. We've got that set up for fall. And so we've reached over 200 classified employees with that training so that they know the procedures. As we've said multiple times, classified is often the first face students see, right? They have special relationships with students. It's who gets them to school, who feeds them. Talk about eat and greet, right? Food is important. So those employees have access to that training, those procedures, and know what to do and feel empowered to say something when they see discriminatory language or acts happening on campus. Our focus next year will be families. And rolling that out to families and getting the word out about these procedures and what to do and what happens and what to expect, et cetera. So we'll continue with site-based certificated staffs, classified, and then also take the next step into really redoubling our efforts so that families have access to that information. Literacy, some numbers on that. We are excited, as I think it was it Shoshana mentioned? We went from 2 high school black student unions participating to 3. We grew that, which allowed us to double the number of elementary schools participating. We got 16 out of 17 because the 17th had something else planned on that day. We'll get them next year. So over 900 third graders had that interaction. Were exposed to that information, and then the Black Student Union gifted each third grade class with their own copy of Stacy's Remarkable Books, written by Stacey Abrams, which kind of uplifts the experience of literacy and access to books and the empowerment that having access to books can bring you. We're fortunate enough to have Dana kind of heading up also the anti-bias grant. So we were able to kind of advise and mix and do those things and get advisement on over 300 diverse books purchased that were able to uplift cultures that are primarily housed at VHS and Will Rogers, but also at the ESC that we can then send out to sites as needed. Humanizing the learning experience. Notes. Okay, so we were able to bring in Veronica Scott and Dr. Christopher Nellum. We were also able to work with Compassionate Systems through the CDE grant, which had far and wide-reaching effects at our school sites for both educators, family, students. Our own AAPC facilitator, Joe Richards, often will go out to advise and collaborate at sites to kind of offer wider perspectives and help guide dialogue at sites to humanize the experience that our African-American students and families have as they navigate our school sites. So that's been a really invaluable service to our families. And then also through the CDE grant that we had, we were able to hire 16 diverse scholars to create lessons, TK-12, that will be on our ABAR website as soon as Dan and I have a chance to go through them all and get them all up there and make sure they're all set to go. Because then that's going to be available to teachers across all sites and grade levels to continue to get our anti-bias, anti-racist message out and build that capacity for that preventive before harm is done piece. And then Opportunities Connect. We mentioned we went back to in-person. People like to socialize, and it was awesome to see the kids with Amaya Faith Weaver when she came, the 12-year-old speaker. She's definitely going places. She kind of has my vote now. It was really neat to see all the kids warm to her and just already be inspired by one evening of hanging out. So we'd like to continue those opportunities. And then just expansion in general. Like we said, over 200 additional staff in addition to the site-based staff meeting trainings that we're doing, doubling participation in BSU, and then also we had an opportunity to meet with Gina Wolowitz, HR. It's not enough. We know representation matters and we want to continue, but we have doubled the amount of African-American staff, VUSD staff, from last year to this year. We went from about 25 to 50. Again, not enough, still working to support and retain, but we are excited that we've doubled that number, and we want to continue that momentum and that support. Okay. Joe.
So you don't really know how you're doing unless you ask, right? Sometimes we think we're rolling along and not true. So we put out a survey to our families, and it's our effort to improve and support our students and families. The survey is tied to the mission statement of the African American Council, and is sent to the African American families in order for them to fill out. And again, our goal is to be able to listen, to collaborate, and also to improve as an entity in the school district, but also help us to help the district to improve as well. And then our recommendations for this year, and I know that they may look similar, but we have made some changes to it, and some of these things, the wheels turn slow. It's hard to turn this boat around sometimes. And so some of the things will be similar or the same until, we see meaningful change to the point where we believe we should change them totally. The first one, to continue to develop and implement culturally sustaining practices that reflect and honor our students' identities and experiences. This means, among other things, and this is what we added, having diverse representation in the curriculum. In addition, question the use of materials that include the N-word, be sensitive to the impact of using various texts on Black African American students. And we had a long history, and we've talked for many, many years about the use of the N-word and what our belief is as a committee. And we don't believe in banning books, but we believe in teachers doing their due diligence to make sure that curriculum is absolutely necessary. And if it is necessary, that it's taught in a responsible way, and that students and families are prepared for what their students will be reading. Number two is a totally new recommendation: develop strategies to address the ongoing achievement gap between African American student outcomes and district and state outcomes. And the interesting thing is that Ventura Unified's African American students kind of mirror the state and the county in terms of the students are struggling all kind of at the same level. And so this is not just a Ventura Unified School District problem, but it is a problem that I think we are convinced that we need to focus on and try to find some solutions to. And we all know that there are many reasons why students don't do well in school. It's not all about the teachers. Sometimes it's about the home life. It's about the community. There's a lot of things involved. And so we are in this with you, and we want to get to the bottom of it. We want to find out ways to help our students do better. Number three, continue to cultivate a diverse workplace. Teachers, administrators, educational support personnel, counselors, and staff with efforts to recruit, develop, support, and we added recruit, develop, support, and retain Black/African American educators and staff in Ventura Unified School District. And we appreciate the efforts. We did talk with Dr. Wallowitz, and we got some feedback, and we are happy that the district has increased the number of African American employees that they have here. Now we're talking about supporting, and we're talking about recruiting those, because I have many, many acquaintances that worked in this district and left this district for various reasons. I think I talked to Dr. Wallowitz about those things a little bit. And so I feel like we have to do better to support our staff when we get them, and we have to do our best to try to keep them here. Number four, continue to expand implementation and monitor practices and procedures created in anti-bias, anti-racist work group for dealing with derogatory language. And I've already talked about this enough. I can't say enough how important this is for the district, and how much this will help to avoid problems and also to help build culture and build relationships with families and schools. And then number five, continue to expand events for Black students and increase district-wide participation in experiences that celebrate the various histories and contributions of diverse groups. And we're talking not only about black students, but about all groups. We believe that there's strength in diversity. We believe that diversity is important. We think that it is an asset to any system that it's in, and so we support that as a group. So that concludes our presentation. So at this time, we'll take questions.
Start down there.
Well, I don't have any questions, but I have enjoyed the evolution of the AAPC from its beginning till today. And I think what it's done is that it's allowed us to address things that happen in society in Ventura Unified School District. So there's definitely work to do, as we had a speaker today, and I actually seen you go out to make contact with that person that spoke today. But I think that's what this organization helps us do, is that we don't hide behind opportunities. When something like this happens, we have a outlet to go and say, you know, let's solve this. So we're doing something in Ventura Unified School District that I wish we could do all around the nation, because we kind of need that right now, not to hide from things, but address them. And one of the big things that I noticed is the door contest got really competitive this year. And I got to go on a tour to congratulate the winners. And some of the people that didn't win inquired about why didn't we win, because we were the best. So just to see that energy and that transformation from having, in the beginning, 2 to 3 doors, to 12 doors, to 20-something doors, to people planning already for next year, right? We've already planned to decorate our offices just 5 minutes ago. So you guys are doing a great job. So, you know, you coming to the meetings and presenting in front of us, I just want you guys to know that you are making an impact, right? It's only 2%, but for that 2%, this is everything. Because in Ventura, you don't get to go many places to see people just like you. And that makes you to be proud of something when you do an organization like this. So I'm happy to see it continue to grow, and I applaud you guys for the effort that you are doing, because it's making an impact.
I don't have any questions, but I just would like to thank all of you for your participation. You're making a difference. You're making a difference in the lives of our kids, and more importantly, you're making a difference in the lives of our teachers, helping them understand what is appropriate and right for all kids. Thank you.
Well, I'm not going to surprise you. I have lots of questions. I always do. But my first one is, what can we be doing to get the word out more to families and students about AAPC? Like, how are they finding out? How can we encourage greater connection to the group? Because I do think it's an incredible resource for families.
Well, I can tell you what we do. We communicate to families through the various mediums that we have in the school district. We send out emails, we send out text messages. We try word of mouth. I think that we should maybe start a little sooner, start in the summer. And we also thought about how to organize our presentations, like the Aries presentation. We thought we should try to do that first. And we think that will get people to come. We're going to get you trained in Aries. So we're trying to find ways to attract people. Word of mouth is always helpful. We also want to connect with our African American staff as well. So we're going to try to find ways to come up with strategies to do that. I don't know, Dana or Karen, if you have any other.
Just one other thing that we've done in the past, not when I wasn't in this office, but I know because I was a principal at sites, was Robin Freeman would come out and meet with the principals, and we would kind of invite families personally. So that's something that we should continue to do. It not only gets the word out to our families about this opportunity, but then that helps to build relational trust and with the principal at the site. So that's another thing that I think we should get back to doing.
Yeah, one of the questions I had about that, right, is like with PAC, the principal reaches out to someone to represent the site in their participation. And that sometimes people just need that invitation, right? Like, it's not just that everyone is invited, but like, we really want your participation sometimes gets people to participate who might maybe be on the fence or just, are busy. So whatever we can do, again, to like broaden that participation so that we can bring more families, I think would be really helpful.
I think the other thing too is food. and childcare. Those are two things that help, and also making sure the meeting's at a time where families can get there. But food and childcare helps as well.
And then I was just curious, you mentioned the Village Voices, and I was wondering where that's being shared right now. Like, is that being shared online through us, or like?
No, it is just a part of our agenda, and we just named it that we thought about our African American heritage, and it takes a village to raise a child, and so we came up with this is a time where people can share their voice with the committee. So it's not anything we put in writing, but it's a part of the agenda that gives people the opportunity to talk about anything that's not on the agenda, anything that's on their mind, concerns, or even celebrations.
And then, do you have thoughts on what we could be doing? I mean, one of the things I mention all the time that I'm super proud of is the diversification of our reading list, right? Like, I think this district has really done a lot, and I know Sarah's in the back. Like, it's something that I think really we continue to do. It's really important. Kids should be reading stories about people that look like them and people who look different than them, right? But what more can we be doing to address kind of some of the long-held pieces of literature that we keep coming back to, like, you know, use the N-word, that are just, they're there because we've been using it for 20 years and not because it necessarily is the best way to illustrate that, but just because it's familiar? Are there other things that we as a district could be doing?
I think as part of our training, we have our website of celebrating diverse literature by grade level, and including titles, diverse titles, when we do our workshops for teachers and our professional learning, could be one avenue to help diversify and to offer alternatives to Kill a Mockingbird and other classics that it's time to update.
Yeah, and I appreciate, Joe, what you said. We're not in the business of banning books, right? Like, I don't ever want our board to be in a position where we're saying you can't use something. But maybe think about some of the other things you could be using instead, right? That are high-quality literature pieces that don't make people so uncomfortable.
I also think that in secondary schools, they have departments. And those departments have been operating with the same kind of format each year. And the people who teach the new people coming in are the people that have been there for a while. And so somehow we have to maybe encourage principals to meet with their department, their language arts department heads, and make this kind of a priority and talk about, you know, if they haven't, some probably have already, but if they have not, you know, what can we do to help you to do that? Because the new people coming in, well, Jerry, you know this, they learn from the people that have been there, and they pick up the habits of people that have been there for years. And so you gotta get to the people that are leading the young teachers coming in.
Only two more questions. Sorry.
Okay. I'm gonna hold you to that.
So the first was for Bobby. I was just wondering if you could share a little bit more about kind of what your what the academic supports and intervention that you're like, kind of what's the role that you're like having. You mentioned sitting in on SSTs or sometimes helping families find resources, and I just was wondering if you could give some other examples.
First, I think first and foremost is to let the students know if they don't see any African American teachers, counselors, principals on their campus, that there are individuals within the school district that look like them. And I come to represent that for the most part. In doing so, being a retired counselor, most often I'm there to just listen to the students, to hear what they have to say, maybe some of their experiences. And it may not just be school, and it may not just be problems. It just may be having someone that they can talk to and feel comfortable in talking to them, because I'm going to let them say what they want to say. You know, so just...
She doesn't let me do that, by the way.
And so, as I said, first and foremost, is to just be there, to present myself to them as an African-American woman, and I'm sure they get a kick out of the fact that I don't have any hair. That's a big ice-breaking conversation for a lot of students. And so things like that, just getting them comfortable with speaking to, because some students may never have, their parents or their relatives may be the only ones that they know. And so when they come to school, they don't know anyone. But I want them to know that there is someone within Ventura Unified School District that can relate to them culturally, and is there to hear them, is there to support them. And if there anything that they want to talk about, I might come in with my own agenda, maybe 2 or 3 questions, and just have them free flowing with their conversation. But they may have questions of me, even if they want to know how many kids I have, just to so they can speak freely. And so that's mostly what I do. As far as their academics, I'm not checking on their academics per se, unless they are if they're struggling academically and just need someone to talk to about that, or the principal or counselor feels like my presence there might be helpful to them. We'll talk a little bit about grades and how important they are, and what they might mean. But even my niece who we're raising now, I had to teach her 9th grade is important, baby, because this is the real thing now. Your semester grades is the real thing. Is elementary, middle school is okay, but this means something for life, And so just talking to students about their academics and the things that they experience, or the things that they've seen, or something that their brother did, or something that their sister did, whatever, just to be there for them. Someone not to stifle whatever it is they want to share.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing the extra information. And then my last question was about the ABAR work that you guys are doing, because I think it's really transformative and really important for work beyond our African American Black families, but really as a district as a whole. And so I was curious how that is being used. We have DLAC coming up, right? Are we using that same sort of framework as we reach out to other affinity groups to talk about like how we address harm or prevent it, and kind of and training people on the language, right? Because I think that's a big part of it, is just teaching people what to expect when they're working through something in our system.
Yes. I'll expand a little bit. Yes, absolutely. Because the ABAR framework that we have really encompasses everyone, right? Everyone in general, and then all different forms of discrimination, derogatory language, or acts that a student or family may encounter. So yes, it's a framework that encompasses everything. I would say that the majority of our training so far has been focused on staff, focused on certificated, growing to classified, and families are really definitely people. Obviously this group knows because they were instrumental in starting it, right? But our other groups growing, I think there's been exposure, but I think there's room to really focus and do some intentional training beyond smaller groups of people to get the word out further. So, yes, and.
Thank you. And thank you all for your time and dedication. As has already been shared, your impact is far beyond the impact that you have on your students, your family, your community. It's really the district and the community of Ventura and Ventura County as a whole that you're impacting. So we really appreciate your investment of your time and energy.
Yeah, I keep thinking, it's like sticking in my craw, the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice, and you guys are bending the arc. Your work is meaningful, it is powerful. You're empowering our teachers to do better. You're empowering our students to speak up and to get the verbiage to be able to say what they need and say how they feel. And I just find that the work that you guys are doing is chef's kiss. It's amazing, and I'm just really grateful for all of you being a part of the district.
So much has been said. I'll just add this concept of legacy. It's something that's built, and thank you. We got parents, part-time employees, former employees. This is more than just a process to you. It comes from a deep place of love and obligation to helping our district grow. I look forward to the day where, like, whether you're a student, you're an employee, you're a parent, you recognize, like, it's not just an obligation that we have to do, it's a comfort and a confidence that this is how we do this work. And so I know that we're heading that direction. We've made great strides in the handful of years that I've been here, and it's you're guiding us through that process. So thank you very much for just continuing to help us grow.
You're welcome. And just one last thing, I just want to thank Karen and Dana. We would not be able to do this work without both of them. They make a big difference in our thinking. They're open to whatever we feel we need to say or do. They never really reject any process or any idea, and that's how creativity occurs, and that's how collaboration occurs. And so you both are special. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe.
Thank you. All right. So we'll take a 10-minute break. Thank you all. It's 8:18 now. We'll be back here at 8:28. Thanks. All right, welcome back. Next, we'll be inviting our DLAC, our District English Learner Advisory Committee. So DLAC families, come on up.
All right. So we're excited to present our yearly advisory report to the board from our DLAC group. Again, the affinity group, same slide as the last one, a different group of families, but also sharing a common identity, coming together to problem solve and just really kind of share out the experiences that kids are having, learn about our school system, and all sorts of fun, and also eat together. All right, so the mission of DLAC is to elevate the voice of families to ensure that multilingual learners succeed in English proficiency, academic achievement, and biliteracy, while having access to meaningful opportunities and supportive school communities that center culturally sustaining practices. So the year in review, we're going to start with the recommendations that we made to the board last year, and then from there, we'll go through kind of the different efforts that were made in service of those recommendations. So to take us through reviewing the recommendations from last year, it is my honor to introduce our DLAC president, Ms. Maria Honorato. Come on up.
Good evening, board. These are the recommendations for the board that we did to the board for 2025-2026. The first one was provide more time and support to better understand for better understand school systems and processes. Improve follow-up on school complaints and to ensure issues are resolved. Address concerns about lack of supervision and substances use at the secondary level. Increase opportunities for parent involvement in a student's learning. Provide training for parents to support them as school volunteers, and continue and expand tutoring programs. Thank you.
So this next slide kind of outlines what the following slides will dive into a little bit deeper, but some of the things that we're excited about. I'm just going to start with DLAC continues with strong participation and commitment during uncertain times. We pivoted a few times during the year to offer kind of a hybrid of in-person and online attendance for families to know that they had a safe space. We had a meeting in the summer over how we would ensure that families felt safe and welcomed coming to DLAC meetings, and they showed up. They rose to the challenge, and they came all year long. Our events, our meetings, our celebrations, our trainings, our parent workshops were well attended, every single one of them. So our families really came out in support of their kids and their community. We have a continued focus on student achievement through reclassification efforts and academic progress monitoring. And then 2 and 3 kind of work together, guest speakers and district presentations to build parent knowledge and leadership capacity. In the recommendations to the board on the first slide, you saw, I'm going to go back, improve follow-up on school complaints, address concerns about lack of supervision, provide more time and supports to better understand school systems and processes. So some of the ways we did that was through guest speakers. We had Vicki Yasenchuk come in and explain progressive discipline, FERPA laws, how that works. We had Sherilyn Danebrock come in and explain ARIES. They were making the rounds to explain how to navigate ARIES and what that is. We had our TOSTAs explain reclassification process, acronyms, all those kinds of things. So we had a lot of different guest speakers to try and work on some of those goals. So we'll have more information. Cultural awareness and multilingual learner advocacy. The Posadas event was really fun, amazing participation. Rogelio will have some slides and some information. Carlos also sang a solo. You missed it if you were not there. Active DLAC representation in the LCAP committee and other district initiatives. We had to pivot and change some of our meetings so that we could get people to attend school closure committee, but we're happy to do so, to look for ways to just encourage participation across different planning, advisory, all the different things that we do as a district. We want the voice of our multilingual learner families there. and then continued efforts to empower families through resources, trainings, leadership development, field trips. Again, Rogelia will go more into that piece of that. So those are some of our accomplishments and reflections. We'll continue to learn more. At this time, it is my pleasure to introduce, as we go into academic monitoring and supports for our students, Ms. Alondra Dorado, who is a 4th grade teacher at Will Rogers in our dual language program, and can share a little bit about our Lexia program, which is a computer program designed to supplement ELD designated instruction at the sites and really elevate it to the next level. So come on up, Alondra, and take it away.
Yep. All right. Well, good evening, members of the board, administrators, staff, and families. My name is Alondra Dorado, and I'm a 4th grade teacher at Will Rogers 2A Immersion School. Tonight, I'm excited to share how our school uses Lexia English to support our multilingual learners as they improve their English proficiency skills. So what is Lexia? Lexia is an English program, personalized program aligned to ELD standards and LPAC expectations that supports listening, speaking, reading, writing, and grammar skills. It also tracks students' progress and helps teachers group students and plan for targeted small group lessons to better differentiate designated ELD instruction according to the students' English proficiency levels. So just to give you a little background, VUSD introduced Lexia English 3 years ago. Back then, students' licenses were available only upon teachers' request. Last year, VUSD expanded access school-wide at sites with high populations of multilingual learners, including Will Rogers, Sharon Way, and E.P. Foster, as well as across all sites to support newcomers and students at risk of becoming long-term English learners. In January 2025, Dr. Molinar gave me the opportunity to coordinate the program at Will Rogers. Through a collaborative school-wide effort, we expanded from 32% students initially assessed and placed in the program, primarily in the upper grades, to 100% K-5 students by the end of the school year. I was fascinated to see teachers actively sharing feedback on ways to increase student engagement with the program. In addition, 4th and 5th grade students supported the initial assessment of all kindergarten and 1st grade students by serving as mentors and leaders, first working one-on-one in small group settings with our kindergartners and 1st graders, and then transitioning to whole group support. This is when I realized it's not programs, it's people that make programs successful and sustainable. This year, Ms. Karen Hoost, through an LCAP proposal, was able to give continuation to the program and additionally assign a program coordinator to Sharon Way, E.P. Foster, as well as Sunset. Thank you to the leadership and guidance of TOSA Maricela Aguilar. We were able to come together as Lexia coordinators 3 times a year, 3 times a school year, and collaborate, share information, and review site data to improve implementation across our schools. This chart, for example, shows English progress of 1,098 students, VUSD students across the 3 sites, plus 200 additional student licenses. It compares where students started when they were first placed and where they are now. The colors represent the proficiency bands: newcomer, emerging, expanding, and bridging. The current bar to the right shows the newcomer proficiency band narrowing down with fewer students and more students moving towards more advanced proficiency levels. This next slide shows site-by-site data. And as you can see, all 3 schools demonstrate growth. It is evident that students are moving from lower to higher proficiency levels across all 3 schools sites, and it is very amazing to see and very impressive to see Sharon Way's growth. To end, Lexia English has created more equitable access to language development for our multilingual learners, and we are excited to continue building on this progress as a district and as a school community. Thank you for your time and for your support.
Can I ask a question just really quick on this slide, or even on the other one before that? What would you expect to see from like the beginning of the year to now in terms of growth, right? Like, because this looks, it's wonderful to see the growth for students, but I don't know what like what normal would be. Does that make sense?
That is a great question. I can tell you we have been working really hard on initiating the assessments, and now we would love to monitor and really dive into the data now that we are getting more of all of our students initially assessed. We know it takes time and it's a process, so now it's time to move on to monitoring the data and setting goals. I don't know if you want to add anything.
And this is our first year, right? So, or first year of broader implementation.
This is our first year of really sort of broad implementation where we had purchased something and Alondra looked around and said, hey, this is not being leveraged as well as it could. 30% of my school, all of us could be using it, but 30% is using it. Why? And so she developed systems, structures, Big Buddy, Little Buddy, and then it had such success at Will Rogers that we worked then to bring her in to help mentor Sheridan Way and EP. And then Sunset said, hey, what have you guys going on? Sarah said, hey, can we get in, right? So it's growing to make sure that the use of the program is targeted, leveraged, because ideally what you do is the kids go on, the teachers then get a report of where the kids are, how fast they're growing, where they're, which domain needs extra help, where are they, and then it drills down and says, hey teacher, these 4 kids could use a lesson in listening. Here's 3 designated ELD lessons for you to use for those 4 kids. So while the class is on, you can pull those kids for a small targeted lesson, right? So it's growing and growing and growing. I don't know, it's tough to say. That was one of my first questions is, well, when did the left happen, right? But the left happened little by little by little over the last 3 years. So now we've got solid participation and it'll be easier to monitor that growth. There's 19 levels, right?
Yes, there are
right?
19 levels.
19 levels. How, in your experience, how many levels would a kid go through during a school year?
It takes time.
Yes.
It takes time. I would say about 3 levels on average, because it takes time for a student to actually go through each of the encounters. And
so to move out of a band would take a while, if that helps a little bit. Yeah.
So I think it would be great, since we're at the beginning of these things, and one of the questions the board often has, right, is like, okay, we start something, we invest in it, how are we circling back to measure its value and its impact as we move forward, right? So I think it would be great to have a feedback loop on this, so that, you know, whether it's every year or, you know, at an interval that makes sense, to look at, okay, how is that growth for this year compared to growth for last year, right?
Measurable outcome, something. Oh, I like that idea.
And before you run away, I had a couple questions as well. I'm an ELD teacher as well. I have a significant portion of ELD students, so I'd like to dive in a little bit more about, so typically what does the ELD program look like? I understand that you're using the Lexia, and then you're also doing targeted small group with the data that you're getting from Lexia. So would you say that Lexia is kind of the foundation for the ELD?
I would say it does not supplant the ELD instruction. It is another layer that we add into our instruction. I'm just going to give you an example. In fourth grade, for example, this year we decided to group our students by proficiency levels. Mm-hmm. And we're actually working with our newcomer emerging students in person, using some of the units that are, some of the embedded lessons in Lexia, but we're doing it in person with small groups. While the other students are doing Lexia maybe twice a week, but they are also using other programs at the same time.
Right. It's nice to have a tool like that that's your piece. We call it like, what are the other kids doing while you're teaching a small group, right? So it's nice to be able to have that Lexia. I know we have a lot of programs, district-wide, that it's a wonderful resource. I just always want us to be mindful that it's not supplanting that good direct instruction. So I'm very happy to hear that you're just using it as a supplement.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Another way that we're supporting multilingual learners is through progress monitoring efforts, which is a term that encompasses a lot of different things that happen. So here to walk us through that is Carla Sanchez, our secondary ML support TOSA. Sorry.
Good evening, everyone. I'm going to talk about progress monitoring. Progress monitoring is a multi-tier, multi-system of support designed to ensure academic growth, language development, and long-term success of our multilingual learners. Through intentional collaboration between multilingual learner TOSAs and site multilingual liaisons, school can provide consistent monitoring, targeted support, and timely interventions for students across all grade levels. The following steps are part of the progress monitoring process. Oversee the process of identifying multilingual learners, work with staff to ensure that they know who the ML students are, understand students' proficiency levels, and recognize the types of support students may need. Another, review student data at each trimester or semester to determine whether students are making adequate growth in academic progress. Ensure that progress monitoring forms are completed accurately and in a timely manner. Review LPAC results to identify students who may be eligible for reclassification, additional supports, or exemptions. Oversee reclassification process by helping determine students' readiness, ensure forms are completed correctly, and facilitating celebrations for students who reclassified. And lastly, monitor all reclassified students for 4 years to ensure continued progress and ongoing academic success. This is how we monitor students in two phases, the fall and the spring. And you can see elementary coincides with secondary with November, fall, and April, spring through May.
Do you want to just share what RFEP is?
BP?
RFEP.
Oh, RFEP. It means reclassified fluent English proficient. Yeah. Next slide, we have LPAC motivation pep talks. LPAC pep talks play a key role in helping multilingual learners feel confident, motivated, and prepared before taking the LPAC. These short, encouraging presentations have the intent to reduce anxiety by creating supportive atmosphere, boost confidence by reminding students of their growth and abilities, clarify the expectations so students know what to expect on the test, reinforce the purpose of the test, showcasing their language progress and what it means to be reclassified, encourage effort by validating their hard work and resilience. When students feel emotionally supported and understand why behind the test, they're more likely to perform at their true potential. And one thing we do, we have over 42 presentations at elementary and over 24 at secondary. So we go around doing these presentations. Reclassification recognition. It's no secret that our ML population, multilingual learners, have decreased, but our RFEP rate has remained steady. This reflects consistency, intentional systems of support that are not accidental, including ongoing instructional coaching, progress monitoring, and targeting LPAC motivational supports across both general and special education classrooms. And this is what I mean with that. RFEP rates. This chart shows while the total number of multilingual learners in VUSD has steadily declined from 2,893 students in 17-18 to 1,532 students in 25-26, the district of reclassified fluent English proficient rates have remained strong overall. After a temporary decline during the pandemic years, RFEP rates rebounded and have consistently remained around about 10% in recent years. This success reflects the district's ongoing commitment to strong systems, target supports, and collaborations among directors, TOSAs, teachers, case managers, ML liaisons, administrators, LPAC language assessors, coordinators, and family working together to help students achieve English proficiency and academic success. What is the plan to increase RFEP rates? More primary language supports. Research shows that when students can learn in their first language, they can transfer these skills across all their classes as they are learning English. and consistent implementation of ELD standards. Train teachers more directly on the ELD standards through grade level collaborations that are planned throughout all next year. So you see
Before
those
we
numbers?
leave the issue of reclassification, I had a couple questions. One of them is regarding our students that are reclassifying, ideally by 5th grade, so that when they're moving into secondary. I was wondering how that impacts their ability to take electives when they're if they're not reclassified prior to going to the middle school.
I'll speak to it. It impacts it quite a bit, because if you need additional ELD support, oftentimes, depending on the level of support you need, it can impact elective choice. And so we do have 0 periods. There's different ways that we try to address it at multiple sites. But it is important, because if you remain in that high level of ELD support, you do run the risk of, for example, finishing school without having the A through G requirements you would need if you chose to go to a 4-year university. So there's definitely sort of a pressure to get there, right? One of the things that we've been working on this year, historically, there's 4 things that need to happen for a student to get reclassified as fluent English proficient. The first is a 4 on the LPAC. That one's easy peasy, cut and dry, 4 on the LPAC. The second is a local educational agency measurement, and it can be determined by the LEA. The third is teacher input, and the fourth is family input. Okay, so those are the 4 things. And one of the things that California has been grappling with is that second marker. That LEA determined marker is all over the place. We are part of the multilingual learner advocacy group out of VICO. And we've been talking about it for a while now. But if you go back 5 years in VUSD, we used the CASP as our LEA marker. The issue with that is you automatically exclude K through 2, no matter how well they're doing, from reclassification rates. And then the first chance they have is this big exam academic language that they've had very little exposure to, and then all of a sudden things start getting harder and harder and harder. So that to start. We brought in MAP, which was another marker that we could use, that we did begin using. We started out at the 50th percentile. Working with VICO, we got some guidance. Maybe we should bring this down to the 40th percentile. What are we measuring? English proficiency or academic achievement, right? Because 40th to 60th percentile is average achievement, which is standardized and normed on your English-only kids, right? So then we were at 40 for a while. As we've continued to work with VICO, we don't pull English-only kids for intervention tier 2 groups out of the classroom during universal access until they dip below the 20th percentile. So we have been asking our multilingual learners to score at the 40th percentile or above, double the achievement than our EOs would get to get tier 2 intervention in order to be reclassified. So we have brought it down now in accordance with VICO down to the 25th percentile. So we expect to see a fairly large increase of our reclassified students. The state of California, if you've been following AB 2555, has had enough. We anticipate by 2027 that the only marker for reclassification will be a 4 on the LPAC. So because of all the shifts, CASP to MAP to 50th to 40th to 25th, even if you go at our seniors, CELT to LPAC, even the actual test itself has changed. It's very, very difficult. It's very, very difficult to sort of gauge and pull out the different rates. So we're excited for the future. We continue to dial in our processes, define our processes, but we are hopeful to get more and more of our kids on track before they head out to middle school and high school so that all those A through G classes are readily available to everyone. Sorry for the rant.
No, you're speaking my language, because I'm only in 3rd grade, but I taught many years in 5th and 6th grade at the elementary level, and there was a huge push to make sure that we got as many of our kids as possible reclassified before they went to the middle schools, because of this exact reason, that it's going to impact their ability to take their electives and get their A through Gs. So I'm glad that we're cognizant of it. What are we doing to make sure parents are cognizant? Because parents drive a lot of that as well. making sure that their kids are working on that. I find out,
Right.
the families I work with, even if they don't have the English proficiency,
Right.
When we have engaged parents.
I'm going to jump back to our
Yeah.
recommendations, which were provide more time and supports to better understand school systems and processes. And really, I think a lot of this boils down to that acronym soup of ML, RFEP, IFEP, all that stuff, right? So we've really been focusing in our DLAC meetings of coming in, continued focus on student achievement through reclassification efforts and academic progress monitoring to walk our TOSAs have done a fantastic job of walking our families through what that looks like. We can definitely grow on that. In theory, we provide materials for DLAC members to take it back to ELAC. I know when I was principal at Montalvo, TOSAs and our language assessor will come out to sites. There's a lot of things we can do because it does affect when you understand how things work. It enables you to advocate even more.
Thank you.
I would like to invite you, if you ever have the chance to attend a reclassification celebration, to see the joy, how people come together. So it's not just any type of celebration, it's just amazing. If you ever had the chance, we have a calendar that we can share with you guys that you guys can attend. So reclassification overview. The reclassification celebration is a special event that recognizes multilingual learners who have met the criteria to become reclassified fluent English proficient, RFEP. This achievement represents years of hard work, perseverance, and academic growth. Why reclassification matters. Recognizes students' achievement in English language development, celebrates family support and cultural pride through the language learning journey, encourages other ML students to continue working towards reclassification, and strengthens the school community by bringing together staff, families, students, and to celebrate success. So this is last year's celebration at Will Rogers and at Anacapa.
Another big part of our DLAC group is meetings, events, and family engagement. So to walk us through what those have been like this year is our own Rogelio Ramirez, family liaison.
Good evening, Board of Education members and trustees. Rogelio Ramirez, bilingual family liaison for the district. And I'm excited to talk to you about the parent participation this year. Actually, DLAC meeting. Okay, I will go ahead and read this. This slide I was not scheduled to do this one, but I will do it.
Sorry, our copy didn't come out right. I'll do this slide, Rogelio. Sorry about that. So our monthly meetings, Rogelio is going to go over some. We just talked about learning about programs and supports for multilingual learners. Right, we bring in, like we said, guest speakers in response to family needs and suggestions. You'll see what some of those were this year. They were a little bit different than in years past because of the reality our families are living in. Updates on student assessment data and protocols. So the LPAC, of course, is the test that measures English proficiency. The CASP is the state test, 3rd through 8th and 11th. AMIRA is our reading screener that we use to determine students at risk for reading difficulty. Our MAP, our measures of academic progress, is used all throughout elementary and our K-8s to measure basic progress in English, Spanish, if you're in dual language, and then also math. How to read report cards, grades, right? How to determine your students' results on all of these. Then opportunities for input on school and district plans, elevating and celebrating families, cultures, and diversity, and then just building lots of connections between home, school, and district. So that's kind of what we do in our meetings. Now, Rogelio, talk about them. All right, there we go. Yeah, all right.
Okay, so guest speakers at a glance. We had, first I want to tell you that all the DLAC guest speakers were selected and invited to present as response to DLAC parent suggestions and needs as previously stated. First of all, we had Mr. Giovanni Ambris, and I want to apologize to Mr. Giovanni because I made a typo right there. It says supposed to say Giovanni. I apologize for the typo, it's my fault. The immigration specialist from El Concilio de Oxnard, Mr. Giovanni Ambris, updated and lectured on current immigration topics, regulations, and procedures. Parents receive orientation and advice on family and individual rights, as well as preparedness in the current climate of ICE raids in our region. He raised awareness on the creation of a family safety plan. The same as the African American Council, Parent Council, we had Vicky Jansekov and also Sherilyn Dannenbrock. They did the same presentation with the LAC, only I did the interpretation to Spanish for each one of them. And the only thing that I want to add to that is that in our meetings, our parents are very involved. They're always raising their hand. They're always asking questions, questioning, looking for answers, and that's a really good thing because that's been my goal all these years that I've been doing outreach to parents, to give them a voice. As you know, the Latino community has been suppressed for many, many years and decades, and now they're waking up. And for me, that's very rewarding to see. So come to our meetings. I know Mr. Forsythe comes to our meetings sometimes, and he can attest to that. Okay, so we can go to the next slide. Another guest speaker that we had was Ms. Jennifer Alvarez. And she is a Reach Operations and Trainer Representative for United Farmer Workers. She focused on the importance and preparation of a detailed and formal emergency family plan, as well as safety procedures and preparedness in the current immigration climate, offering anecdotal examples of ICE raids in the workplace and within our community. We also had, on the recommendation from Dr. Castro, we invited Mr. Mike Albers, who is the Ventura County Public Defender in the Immigration Unit, and who presented valuable information regarding immigration, deportation prevention, and procedures, as well as law enforcement awareness. Mr. Albers presented parents with current immigration enforcement data, legal procedures, and legal ramifications regarding imminent and potential deportations. That was a very important meeting for the parents. And lastly, we had last meeting, we had Ms. Nilsa Bucio. She's a training and education specialist for the Ventura County Public Health Agency. Ms. Bucio focused on opioid overdose prevention and reviewed opioid basic definitions, identification, and ways it affects the chemistry within the brain. She also presented the potential signs and symptoms of an opioid overdose and offered parents demos and free Narcan, naloxone sample kits to parents, explaining how it effectively blocks the effects of an opioid overdose. So that was a very, very insightful meeting. I want to talk to you about the family participation through the workshops that we have offered this year. We offered three workshops, three series, as follows. In the fall of 2025, we brought Disciplina Positiva parent workshops to VUSD for the third time, offering insight, theory, and practice on positive parenting. Their motto is raising children with love, respect, and dignity. This series consisted of six sessions, and 30 parents attended the course, with the majority of them completing the course, receiving a certificate of completion at the end. Secondly, we have PIQE. On early spring of this year, we offered the Parent Institute for Quality of Education PIQE series, which consisted of 8 workshops focusing on teaching parents all the main areas and workings of the education system in the United States, with an emphasis on the ways parents participate, support, and influence their children's education. 33 parents attended on average, and 29 of them were able to graduate at the end of this course. And our last workshop series, currently we're about to end our third and last workshop series of this year called Sanando desde el Corazón, which means healing from the heart. This series centers on the emotional, physical, and mental well-being of parents, using family and personal introspection to develop personal management strategies that allows them to deal with family life in a more positive, productive, and effective way. This is the second year we offer this series, and we have 25 parents attending consistently. So as you can see, the attendance we have a really good attendance, a very consistent attendance. Parents who start those series, they tend to remain all the way to the end of the series, okay? Now I want to talk to you really quick about our meetings, our monthly meetings that we have. Obviously, we have DLAC. We had 8 meetings this year. We have, on average, the attendance is 23 adults plus their students. I want to also remind you that we also offer light dinner and childcare to every single dinner, every single event that we offer, and that helps parents to come. Many parents come directly from work because these meetings are offered at 5 o'clock, 5:30 in the evening. So they bring their families, they eat there, and then we have childcare. So that helps us with attendance. We also have Mucho Más Que Miércoles, which is a series of meetings, monthly meetings online, And we started this, as you know, we started these meetings during the pandemic to inform parents and to keep them on board, okay? So I lead that meeting, and I'm very proud to say that, that we have, it has been well attended online and in person when we have it in person. This year we are, I wrote it right here because I didn't want to forget the details for that one. Mucho más que miércoles. Yeah, mucho más que miércoles. This year we have the privilege of having Ms. Angeles Small from Ventura County Behavioral Health, providing an amazing series of mental health for both adults and students, focusing on adaptation and integration in the American education system. We had 8 sessions, and we had an average attendance of 25 parents. And also, in December, we have our DLAC Posada. It's a cultural and community celebration, and it included artistic, cultural performances by students and teachers. Carlos sang a solo for us. If you haven't heard this guy sing, you have to. He knows how to sing. I mean, let's leave it at that, okay? We have delicious Mexican food for everybody, and the parents were able to share their favorite desserts potluck style. This year, we had a great response from the community, and we had around 300 guests at Data Middle School. Compared to last year, we only had 100 people at Sheridan Way. This year, we had 300 people. Family participation regarding to field trips. We took our parents. I took 12 families or 25 attendees to CSUCI, Dia de Familia, where parents learn how to build a higher education-bound mentality. This is an event well put together by CSUCI, and parents and students truly enjoy their participation. We also attended, like the African American Council, we attended the Equity Conference, and we took 13 attendees to this Equity Conference. And lastly, we had the STEAM Carnival at CSUCI as well. It just happened this last Saturday. I took with me 10 families or 25 people, about 25 people. There's a typo right there. This is like 35. It's 25, inflating numbers here. This carnival aims at awakening students' interest in science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics. This is the first time we attended this meeting, as a group from Ventura Unified School District, and parents really and students really enjoyed this trip. Okay, so in closing, I just want to make a really closing remark for my part of this presentation. I want to remind you that the current immigration climate is creating a real and present fear among the VUSD community. And we, at the multilingual department, have noticed that several families abstain from participating in meetings and events, especially when there are reports of ICE presence in the area, raids in the area. People don't come to our meetings. We noticed that. So in spite of this, family participation has been comparable and in some cases higher to last year's participation. I believe that our VUSD families who currently participate deserve to be recognized and commended for their efforts to make education happen for their children. Thank you very much.
Another way to involve families based on family feedback that we felt we could set families up for success has been the initiation of onboarding events that are run by our secondary ML TOSA and ML liaisons. There you go.
Okay, this event is designed for all incoming 6th and 9th graders. Welcoming families to a new school or district is critical first step of building trust, encouraging engagement, and supporting long-term academic success. A strong onboarding experience ensures that families feel informed, connected, and valued from the beginning. This will be our 4th year running this event. The goal is to build strong relationships and trust between school and staff and families, provide essential information about programs, schedules, and student support services, helping families understand their rights and available opportunities for us ML's families, reducing barriers related to language, technology, and access, and lastly, empowering families to actively participate in their child's education. So once again, it happens every year at the beginning of the year, and if you have the chance to come, be more than welcome to come. Okay, it's great. All right, thank you
Carlos,
so much.
I'm sorry. Are those held just at one middle school and one high school, or at each of them?
At each site.
Oh,
yeah,
great. So, and then that way they can get to know the site administration.
Correct,
and all that.
yes.
Oh, that's fantastic. Thank you.
Yeah.
So in reflecting on all the things that we've done and kind of planning for the 26-27 school year, we did some work with our DLAC leadership, did some discussions at tables, did some surveys, gathered some feedback on what we can do going into the next year. So at this time, it is my pleasure to introduce Veronica Alfaro, DLAC Vice President.
Thank you.
You're
Hi,
welcome.
everybody. I'm going to talk about the recommendation to the board for 2026-2027. Provide clear and ongoing information about LPAC reclassification criteria and strategies families can use at home to support their students. Number 2 is a strengthened literacy support for students across grade levels. Number 3, expand access to tutoring and academic support for students. Number 4, offer parent classes focused on how to support children academically at home. Number 5, increase opportunities for student involvement in school clubs and extracurricular activities. As a mother of a sixth grader, I am so grateful for the Ventura District and the multilingual department. I'm really grateful for Rogelio because he is always, all the time, sending messages like, you have to be here, come on, 1 hour before the meeting, we are receiving messages, and my husband and I, we have been attending to these classes, most of them, and I really see the impact, like in inner healing. I see how many single parenting that they have this weight on themselves, and it's difficult for me and my husband, to raise my daughters. So, and when I see this, I know you are doing a great job because you are supporting the families and we are being better parents. So I'm really grateful for Rogelio. He always feeds us. And I'm a little nervous, but I'm grateful for you guys because I've seen Greg, Calvin, Antonio in our meetings. So I've seen Sabrina in other places. So I know you're doing a great job. And I know if you have any question of the meetings and you want to know what we learned, we are here for you. So thank you for being for us. No, right now is Maria Honorato.
Maria, okay. Our president is coming back to read additional recommendations. Maria Honorato.
Okay, so more recommendations for 2026-2027. It's to provide flexible scheduling for school events to encourage greater parent participation, offer workshops to support families with career and employment, clearly communicate protections, communicate
Yep, you got it.
protection in place for students at school in situations involving ICE, including safety protocols if a parent is detained. Provide optional independent study programs in response to potential ICE-related disruptions. Continue educating families about their rights and availability resources. Lastly, I just want to thank you all for all the great support that you have provided to the ELAC and DLAC families. As Rogelio has talked and Veronica has talked about the ICE situation, this year has been really tough for our families. So by you and Karen, our president, our director, she's been working so closely with us and she's been listening to our concerns. So she's been providing the resources that we need to learn what rights we have as immigrants. So I'm greatly grateful for all the support that you have bringing to us. Thank you.
Thanks, Maria. All right, thank you. Anyone have any questions?
Well, first of all, I want to thank the president and vice president for the time that you put in as well. I've sat at tables at a meeting before, and just listening and being translated when they're speaking in Spanish to English, and to take that back and take that information and process it is a really difficult thing to do. Like you think it might be easy just because you have a translator, but you're always 2 seconds behind. So students that have to do that in school is very impressive to me. So thank you guys for your participation. And also, normally I can identify with kids with things that happen, but this last couple of years of children looking at a lens of parents going out and might not make it home is such a difficult thing. So groups like this is really needed because, normally I can identify just about anything, but that I couldn't, right? I never was in a situation as a kid where my mother or father went out and there was an expectation they might not make it back. So that's a terrible thing for kids to think about. So groups like this is needed. And I just want to thank you once again for you volunteering and helping people out.
Yeah, I'd like to thank you too, but I do have a question.
Yeah,
My
go for
question
it.
really relates to what are we doing to get the word out to encourage more participation? I mean, we've got good participation, but I'd like to see better participation.
What are we doing to get the word out? The normal, right? The parent squares, the emails, the flyers. We've talked, Rogelio is the master of this. And come on over, Rogelio. But we've talked, this is a community that we have seen some success also just with paper flyers and posters and things like that up can be effective. So looking at all the different ways. We do have ML liaisons at each school site who help, one of their jobs is to help disseminate information, to help build ELACs, et cetera. And then they coordinate with Carlos and Maricela, who's home with her baby tonight, to kind of make sure that all the information is making it back to each site. So that's another way that we do that. Do you want to speak to that?
I'm glad you asked that question because I feel that schools need to improve their culture, their welcoming culture for all families. And there's some work to do in some schools. Some schools are doing great. They're woken up. They're doing things for the parents, and parents have an incentive to come and participate. Some schools don't know how to do that. I try to help them. Sometimes they're taking baby steps, but I'm glad that's a very important question. The school culture needs to be improved, and they need help. Every school. Thank you.
I'm just thinking of the example. We have a helping out at Juana Maria, right? Karen Sanasak is there. She's stepping in. She's doing the best she can. Just, showing up mid-year or whatever. And she reached out to Rogelio, right? She said, this ELAC's not quite working. We changed leadership hands right here. And Rogelio stepped in and...
It's happening.
It's happening. It's happening.
Yeah.
It's absolutely happening. So, yeah, utilizing the TOSes and Rogelio to help get the word out is one of the best ways, for sure.
So first, thank you for staying so late. We really appreciate you staying to 9:30 to present this to us. It is very important to hear your voices and to hear not only what you're asking, from the district for your students, but also to hear the experience you've had. You have amongst you our staff member of the year from Ventura, and there's a reason, right? Rogelio's amazing. What he brings, the level of professionalism and care and conscientiousness that he shows all students, families, and staff is outstanding. And so I'm grateful that you have him there to support you all. But also, I did have a kind of more tactical question about. So again, we get these reports on an annual basis, and I think just looking at it once a year to see okay, what was the recommendation and then what did we do is not enough, right? So where are we, and maybe this is just more of a question for you, but especially as we go into our budget planning cycle and looking at these priorities at the sites, they have their ELAC funds that are typically tied to Title I and stuff, but as a district, it's a little different. So how are we going to plan to prioritize the the requests and recommendations that are coming from DLAC as we move forward.
I'll let Karen and Greg respond to that portion, but I was thinking about the format. So many of the things that the parents have brought up in this conversation, it's intertwined with some of our LCAP actions. And so that's one of the things I was thinking about, is that we have our mid-year reports, we have multiple iterations talking about the LCAP, drawing some more explicit connections between these reports and some of those actions. I think that creates just more awareness. But if you can take the next part of the question.
I'd say we are presenting on Thursday at the LCAP meeting, the last meeting of the year, to go over some of these recommendations, some of the ways that money was used for the different initiatives that we have had. So if you want part 2, come to the LCAP meeting on Thursday. That's one way. Yeah.
What brought the question to mind, and I'm sorry, Greg, I'm kind of interrupting, but when we talked, last year's recommendation was around supervision, right? Like making sure that there's good supervision on campuses so students feel safe. Obviously, in the budget climate that we're in, where we're making cuts to staffing at sites, how do we ensure that we're not losing, because there's a new set of recommendations, we're not losing what was recommended last year that we've preserved to make sure that students are still continuing to feel safe.
I'm glad you brought that up, because it is tied to that recommendation where we've seen the expansion of MINGA. And even though that's not exactly supervision, it's a form of supervision. It's a form of how we control outside of classroom time, bathroom safety, et cetera. And so that expansion is directly tied to that, and it's something that we've seen significantly increase this last year, and I think we'll expand it even more, so all of our secondary sites will have it next year. So that's one example of how the LCAP serves and connects with the DLAC recommendation. Karen, did you have something in addition?
I'll just add too, because maybe you can answer this as well, Karen. This is kind of like a tiered approach. There are certain groups. In this case, DLAC is asking for, like, how is the direct connection to our students? More broadly, one of the things that our team is working on is our site supervision plans generally, so that way we can see, okay, how does this look across all campuses, but then what is the what does the enhanced version look like when that comes with some additional funding? I don't know if there's anything you want to add to that, but I know we're in the throes of that process now.
Yeah, the only piece I was going to add is earlier there was a question of what about ABAR efforts, kind of, do they apply elsewhere? Yes, right? So educating families, focusing on that population. Rogelio mentioned it earlier, that for a long time, I think families haven't really felt empowered to speak up. So making sure that all of those policies and procedures are well communicated. We had Vicki Yasenchik come in to talk about progressive discipline, to talk about, if you don't hear what happened to the other student, this is why, this is how that works, this is how you make sure your voice is heard. So making sure all of those things are dialed in, I think, is another piece of this, and making sure that families feel empowered to use those ABAR processes as well.
I just wanted to say thank you for showing up. For our families that are showing up, it is taking incredible courage beyond just the difficulty of parents having to juggle their work and their family and feeding their kids and getting the homework. What our Latina families are facing right now is courage well beyond just the difficulty of raising kids. So soak that in. We really, really appreciate everything you're doing to help bring the needs of your community to us. So all I have is a thank you for you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can I just circle back? I apologize, my brain's working a little bit slower than normally, which is dangerous. But I wanted to circle back to one of their recommendations about extracurriculars, and this is something that we'd heard in the past, and how important it is for these students, all students, to connect with school in extracurricular ways. And I wanted to emphasize our middle school sports initiative as a part of that LCAP. So supervision, that is absolutely a form of supervision. We have a lot of students connecting with great adults and staff and their peers after school, and getting that connection to school and supervision. So that's kind of a dual functioning piece there I wanted to offer.
I don't know if there's a way, like maybe when we're doing the mid-year LCAP review, or but maybe to highlight things that are coming from like affinity group recommendations, right? Just so that it's not just like something that we're doing because we think it's a good idea, but actually like it's coming as a result of this recommendation. I think that's helpful for us.
Thank you. I agree, and that was one of the follow-up notes when we do our debriefing that I had earlier. Thank you. And before you head off, I just want to think, it's so interesting because we have just a couple parents and we have a handful of staff, but the collective effort that it takes to improve the outcomes for our students is so many more people. But thank you for representing the effort and the heart that goes into that. And I think about for our parents, just the way that you're modeling, not only for the other parents in the group, but also for your students. I know we don't hear that enough from our students, but they're watching. They're watching everything that you do and the courage and discipline that you have to engaging. It's showing them ultimately the way that we move forward. So thank you everybody for getting us to this place. Looking forward to where we go from here.
Thank you.
I love it. We got awesome parents and staff. All right, we will move on to our action items. 15A1, consideration of renaming the annex.
I was going to just ask, in light of the hour and how many items we still have left, and having staff stay, who then may like not have their items seen tonight, are there anything on our agenda that is not urgent that we can?
Really good question. Let's take a look. So just for context, the action item is one that has 2 staff members at least on this one, so that's one. We've bumped this once before, so I think that maybe from a prioritization, let's hear that one. Looking forward at the other conference items, the math conversation was one that we were responding to the, it was us being responsive to the board request. So that's really, if you feel comfortable postponing that, we're just as comfortable. I think the next item as it relates to summer school was very similar. There were some questions about summer school, so our level of urgency is really meeting your level of urgency. We could postpone that if you wanted to. Why don't we start there and see if there are any others that...
Dr. Castro, if I can just offer related to the summer school item, there are the MOUs that are tied to that presentation, so that could be more timely.
Thank you for that. Yeah, that's true. We didn't pull those items from consents, but we have, I think, 2. One for sure for summer, right?
There was an item pulled for food and nutrition that needs to get approved in order to be able to start ordering food for this upcoming school year.
Yeah, so that would be under consents. That was the one item that was pulled, right? Yes, Kara's here. Thank you.
Trustee...
No, I'm fine with that.
Good. Okay. My only concern about moving the math acceleration is when are we going to be facing that as an action item? Because I have some questions on that one.
The way that it was presented is not action oriented. It was to bring back our current practice as it's tied with our current administrative regulations, get some feedback from the board. But yeah, right now we don't anticipate any specific action because it's really distinct from the adoption.
The adoption. Okay, fair enough.
I just feel like both the math adoption, or the math pathway and the healthy campus conversations are going to be substantial. So if we're not going to have the time to have a longer, more meaningful conversation, we might as well let that staff go home.
Okay. Yeah, that's at the purview of the board, but I'm sure they would. I'm sure they wouldn't be too emotional if we let them go.
Yeah, you have consensus for that. I think we can eliminate those and let them go home because we're at 9:30 right now.
So just for clarity, which items are we postponing?
Math pathway and healthy campus.
Okay. If you are only associated with those items and not needed for another item, you are free to go. Yeah.
And nobody got up, so I guess we didn't help anybody. I apologize.
We're taking
But it's the effort that counts. I think they heard the care.
All right. Come on, Annex.
Good evening, everyone. We will be co-presenting this tonight. So we are here to talk about the Ocean property that is located basically now unofficially known as the EP Foster Annex. Not the best name to ask people to go to. So why are we naming it? Because it doesn't sound welcoming right now, asking people to go to an annex. Provides a sense of belonging and a place and a name that students can really engage with. Easier reference in marketing and in signage. We should put a sign up soon so that eventually our first responders, if they need to be there, it makes it a lot easier. And it signals permanence and legitimacy. We want to make sure that people know that that's not a temporary location. Our current building name, it is not official, like I said. The name Annex, adding EP Foster to the name is something that we've currently done, but not something we want to do for the future because more than just EP Foster students use that facility, and it could be expanded in the future as well. And we want to align it with Ocean's new name and brand as well. As you know, Board Policy 7310 requires that the superintendent convene an advisory committee to make a recommendation to name the building, and we did that. And it shall consist of these various staff members. So Laurel will go over those folks in just a moment. We also follow the process that we put together 4 or 5 years ago when people started wanting to rebrand and rename things. We put a process into place here at the district that we did not have before, in addition to the policy, to make sure that we have those conversations about why are we doing this? Really, should we do this? Do we have the funds to do this? And all of those other things that need to be discussed way before you start rebranding or renaming. So we went through that same process this time. We did identify that there's a need. And we involved the stakeholders, and now we're presenting tonight to the board for approval. So Laurel, if you want to talk about who we gathered to discuss this.
I'd be happy to. Thank you. Good evening again. Indeed, we had the committee with the required roles. Our site leader at that site is Daniel Flores. You met him earlier. He was representing our certificated personnel. We had one of our other site leaders from Will Rogers, Ms. Lydia Padilla. She served as our classified representative. Parent of the West Side, whose child is in Ocean programs at Lincoln, Katrina Titus. She was our parent guardian representative. One of our students from EP Foster, Brody Massey. Some of you might have met him. He's a well-spoken young man who is comfortable in front of and behind the camera. So if you've been to any EP Foster events, you've probably seen him. And then I represented the administrative portion of that committee. Dr. Castro was there in an advisory committee, as was Ms. Quiros. We had a really robust discussion. We had the possibility of having multiple meetings, but after one long meeting, we had a full consensus. So what had happened was that we began by reflecting on what do we want this to represent. We really wanted it to be seen and known as a safe, welcoming, and engaging space, kind of a second home for students. Many of them are there, our TK and Kinder students are there longer than they are at school, and some of them longer than they're at home. And so we wanted it to be just a really safe, welcoming environment. We talked about should it be tied to EP Foster School, as Marianne mentioned, and the consensus was no. Even from the EP Foster representatives, it was important that this is a building or a place where people from the entire west side of Ventura, and really even all of Ventura, are welcome. And we do have events that are community-wide, and we have camps that are district-wide and things like that. We discussed things as broad as should a company be involved in sponsoring the naming, the implications that might go with that. The consensus was no, definitely not. But it was a worthwhile discussion. We did want the building to have a name that corresponded with the Ocean branding. We wanted it to be simple and easy to say, preferably one syllable. Definitely not a word that is used in other parts of town, whether that be a restaurant, a program, a project, even a connotation, even something like the Point. Well, it's already known as Surfers Point. We didn't want another point. We wanted something that was unique to this space. And so we brainstormed many ideas. As I mentioned, it was a long meeting. And we came to an overwhelming consensus to name this building the Cove. The Cove represents a small protected area of the sea. typically calmer waters than you would have out in the ocean. It's usually welcoming of all life, of diversity of life, whether that be kelp, sea stars, seabirds, sea lions, fish, depends on the cove itself. But they tend to be excellent habitats for marine life and land life. And so that was our preferred name. We also came up with a lot of other names. Second and third place, though, if the cove was not selected, would be either the reef or the pod. The reef being also a safe space where our school of fish can swim around and learn together. The pod being something of like a dolphin pod or another group of animals. The idea being that this is a group of students coming from schools. You can see some of the other names that were tossed around down at the bottom. Those were all nixed for a variety of reasons. And in that committee, I think there was a broad representation of voices. Different voices would nix different ideas for different reasons. And the level of respect and engagement, I thought, was substantial. And so in considering these things, we had...
So Laurel and I did speak before we started this entire process. Do you have the funding to make sure that you can put the name on the building? She does. So all of those costs are already planned when they were redoing the building anyway. We've just held off on putting a name on the building. And then we would obviously send out communications to families. We've also been holding on our grand red ribbon cutting ceremony that we would love to have now, maybe at the beginning of next year. So we've held on all of those things at this point and ready to do that. So our request for this evening is board approval on the new building name, The Cove.
My only question, I had to look up what the word for cove is in Spanish, and it's ensenada, which I didn't realize. So are you envisioning using the name strictly in English or using it in English and Spanish?
We asked a couple of Spanish speakers, and they kind of liked the cove, like they were okay with it, not being a translated word. Considering that EP Foster is not a dual language school, we weren't as focused on having it be a bilingual title. So I think we're going to go with the Cove, although amongst bilingual families it will be translated.
Any other questions?
I don't have any questions. I like it.
Move approval.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
And Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you so much.
Moving on, we have action item on administrative recommendation for student expulsion.
I will move that we approve the administrative recommendation.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
And Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
Consideration of supplemental novels eligible for consideration by the Supplemental Text Recommendation Committee. First read.
This is like a who's who of great literature, too. Like, I mean, it's crazy to me that some of these aren't already on our recommended list, but I know that our recommended list is new. So anyway, these are great.
Yeah, and I'm really, again, very thankful of Sarah, who is still here. Thank you for being here, Sarah, and for your leadership on this committee. And I think, again, this speaks to the process working and the process, even when we have novels that we typically thought are always taught and should be on the list, we're getting them on our list so that we have formality and approval and protections, and we really appreciate the board's work in this as well, so that we can give parents and teachers assurance that these have been reviewed and are ready for appropriate grade levels per the committee's recommendation.
No, I don't have any questions. If anybody doesn't have any questions, I'll move approval.
I have a question.
Oh, I got a question. Okay.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee
Nope.
Peterson?
Wait.
Oh,
Question.
I'm so sorry.
Sorry, just one question. It was just the Fly Guy series, because I know most of those books, because they're in my library, are first grade, and I was just curious why it was recommended for second grade. And
Yeah, really good question. The committee only approves books upon request of the teacher for the grade level, and they have a practice of not approving the texts for grade levels below that which it's requested. So in the future, a first grade teacher could say, hey, I would like to be able to do this in first grade. That would go to the committee and it would be reviewed. So it's not prohibitive, it's not permanent, but that's their practice of honoring that grade level as the minimum, not going below.
Okay, thank you. Now I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
And Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
Moving right along. Next is the supplemental novel eligible for fast track consideration.
Yeah, and just as a reminder, the fast track books are able to be fast tracked as a result of being on the approved list from the CDE, and so they don't go through a full read and discussion by committee. But pleased to bring this before you as something that is fast trackable.
My only question is, do we have like a little disclaimer that says like the dog dies? Like, you know, because some of these, like, I mean, like in this case, you know, it's about a dog who's killed, in fact, right? Like, right. So like, do we?
That's, I don't know. I don't think so.
Right? Like, you know, I don't want to be a spoiler, but there's a lot of them that
Yeah,
we read that have a dog that died.
I don't think so.
I just wanted to add, VHS did an amazing, their drama department did an amazing production. I had never heard of the book, The Curious Incident of the Dog in the Nighttime, and their presentation was absolutely phenomenal. So with that, if there are no questions, I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
I'll second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
And Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
Okay, amendment to College and Career Access Pathways, partnership agreement with Ventura County Community College District. First read.
So the CCAP agreement, as it's referred to, is the College and Career Access Pathway Partnership Agreement that we have with Ventura College. And so I just want to, for the benefit of the board and the public, just to remind that there's a difference between dual enrollment and CCAP. There's CCAP dual enrollment and non-CCAP dual enrollment. And CCAP dual enrollment is when we enter into an agreement and we have, for example, Ventura College classes on our campus, or Ventura College classes scheduled for just high school students on their campus, which is the case for Foothills. So we have many students taking dual enrollment independently on their own, but we're always trying to get as many CCAP kinds of dual enrollment because it reduces barriers for students, because it's during the school day on our campus or scheduled to where they can walk across the street and take the course. So pleased to be able to bring this before you. The addition here, we've always had CCAP courses on El Camino's campus, being that El Camino's on Ventura campus. We've had really successful CCAP dual enrollment courses at Pacific High School over the last several years, and we're scheduled to have it a CCAP on-campus course at Buena High School next year, and then the following year at Ventura High School. So that is the current expansion, the plans for CCAP. This one is the expansion to Buena High School, and we're planning to bring the Ventura High School one to you next year.
I see the funding source, but I don't see a dollar amount.
Yeah, the CCAP agreements typically have some kind of cost sharing in the case where there are textbooks that are required. We haven't really run into that with our CCAP courses, being that most of the materials are free or online, or that we already have access to. So there's no cost to us to enter into this agreement. The only cost we would incur would be for materials if a course required materials that we didn't already have access to, or that weren't free as a part of the course.
What is the course that's being offered at Buena?
I don't think we, you know what, I don't think we have it finalized yet at this time, but we're usually looking for courses that are required for graduation courses that also support post-secondary enrollment, like English, and that, which
Or
is
like
what we
a
do.
second year of a foreign language?
Yes, we can absolutely look into that.
We are working on that.
Thank you.
I mean, given that Ventura High School is the furthest away geographically from the college, it does seem like it would be great to get some classes taught on that campus because the transportation is a barrier for students. And so you said there's no plan for next year, but potentially the year after?
Yes. One of there's been a number of challenges that we've worked to overcome with CCAP, and I really want to just give a appreciation for Deidre and all her work with the college. But it has been a challenge trying to find their staff and our staff in ways that can work together to provide these courses. So some of this has to do with willing staff members to engage in the kind of sort of teacher support model where typically a Ventura College instructor would come in 3 days out of the week and with the VUSD teacher in the room, and then the VUSD teacher would be alone with the students for the other 2 days. So it is an assignment change. There is a challenge there that we're worked through very successfully at Pacific High School, but it can be a slow process to get there.
I'll just add that we have a couple of trustees that are on the liaison meetings between the city and the college, and so this is frequently one of those topics that we come up, making sure that we're doing everything we can to improve connections between us and Ventura College.
That's a polite way of saying I nag every single meeting about getting more of these classes. Literally every single meeting. Because it's important for our kids to be able to see themselves on a college campus or see them being successful taking a college class.
And I just want to offer too, since we're talking about dual enrollment, again, we really do prioritize CCAP dual enrollment wherever we can, but dual enrollment is a state level initiative. We support it generally because it reduces it. Most importantly, all the research shows that particularly for mid-range and maybe even low mid-range academic performing students, if they experience CCAP or dual enrollment classes while in high school, they're more likely to matriculate to community colleges upon graduation. And so there, also, even for higher performing students, it reduces time to degree, reduces cost, particularly, of course, if they go to CSU or UC schools after graduation. So I know there are challenges and there are different perspectives on dual enrollment, but we are following the lead of the state, as evidenced by the fact that it's a key part of the college and career indicator on the dashboard for us.
I'll move approval.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
And Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
All right. Receipt and consideration of real property offers. First read.
Yeah, good evening, board. So that's exactly what this is. It's just the district received 7 proposals for the ESC, the property located on 255 West Stanley Avenue, this building here. And district staff and DCG Strategies, our consultant, have reviewed these offers and present the offers to the Board of Education just strictly to receive them tonight.
I'll move approval.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
And Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
And just if I can, so if anybody's wondering why there was no discussion, these will come back for us at a future date. We're just receiving the reports, no action regarding who or what is being taken.
I'll jump in on the next one, the contracts. The format here is unique. If you look at items 6 through 9, since we put in the new process beginning of next year, we just wanted to try and, if this doesn't work for you, this is our first time using it, what we needed to reflect was that as IEPs are approved throughout the year, some of these agreements now span 2 fiscal years and 2 school years. And so what our attempt to do was to capture what portions of that cost were being realized in the 25-26 school year, and which portion of those costs were being realized in the 26-27 school year.
So my question on these that I emailed you, so then is the total amount is the cumulative amount, and so
Yes.
what's highlighted is the last year's amount, and then the balance is this year's amount. I mean,
So
sorry, this year's amount
this
versus next year's amount.
Correct.
Okay. Any other questions?
If not, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved. No. Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
And Trustee Frederick?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
So if I'm reading my notes correctly, we are skipping forward to the presentation and review of summer school programs.
I believe that's correct. Do you think we can finish it in 8 minutes, or should we?
We have until 10:30.
Oh,
to
10:30.
extend.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, I thought it was 10. Thanks.
Mhm. All right, thank you very much, Vice President Fredericks. Hassan and I will be co-presenting this, but I think just by way of providing some background before we dive into specific numbers, and also appreciate Dr. Dawes being here as well, given her oversight of summer school. Just as a background in terms of our partnership with Learn for Life, a charter school that provides the summer school opportunities alongside with us in ways that we can specify in detail later on. But that partnership began just prior to COVID, just for high school only. And so some of this conversation is in response to a board conversation, I believe, in last board meeting about the history of that partnership and why the penciling out and the economics of the partnership look and feel different now than they used to feel. And that could very likely be a result of, we used to offer it pre-COVID just for high school. We had always had ESY, and we've always, not always in VUSD, but at the time, had elementary summer school, and those were not a part of the overall Learn for Life partnership. It was, we sort of piloted it, for lack of a better word, just with high school. And then later on, we expanded to elementary after we felt that it worked, and we felt like the economics were favorable, and also the programmatic elements were also favorable for us as well. We expanded post-COVID with, excuse me, that's spelled incorrectly there, with one-time funds. They were on time, but they were one-time. And so we were able to offer things that we have not for several years now, like a lot of initial credit, a lot of camps, a lot of sort of come one, come all kinds of programs. And since then, we've made significant reductions in that, given our finances are obviously tighter with the lack of those one-time funds. So we've reduced the total number of sites where we offer, particularly elementary and the middle school bridge. And we have eliminated almost all, except for one area of our initial credit high school courses, shepherding those to dual enrollment. So a couple key background facts to why we even have a partnership with Learn for Life for summer school. So first and foremost, VUSD cannot generate ADA for elementary and secondary general education in summer school. So ADA can only be generated for general education during a regular instructional calendar per state statute. So we have an 180-day instructional calendar. That means we can generate ADA for those 180 days. So we're not a year-round school. So Learn for Life or other charters can generate that ADA, but they can only generate it starting July 1st, given their expanded instructional calendar. So an important note. An important note is that VUSD could claim ADA for ESY. However, right now, and I'll leave the explanations up to Dr. Mirza to speak to those, is that our calculations don't clearly demonstrate it's a definitive advantage for VUSD to generate ADA and to eliminate our partnership with Learn for Life for ESY. But that's something that we can look further into. So. I think a key fact that we need to identify first is that Learn for Life does not reimburse us for the cost of offering summer school. So a lot of times we hear that sentence, Learn for Life reimburses us for summer school. And that's actually not true. They pay us a defined amount, and it's an amount that they determine. And it's an amount that we attempt to negotiate, but it's honestly an amount that they can determine without us, because it's all positive for us, whatever we get. And so that's the challenge that we have in that negotiating environment. And that the overall amount that we receive from them, that partial reimbursement for all of summer school, has tightened over the years. So it doesn't cover all summer school costs. But it is definitively a portion of what they generate for ADA. So it is a revenue generating initiative for Learn for Life. It's a revenue generating initiative for us. However, it's not as revenue generating for us as it is for them. The amount Learn for Life pays directly to the district has been decreasing over the years.
Wait, so are we paying or we're not paying? I didn't. So does it cost us to have it? Because you said it's revenue generating. To me, revenue generating is positive, plus $1 has to be revenue generating.
Yeah,
right?
And this is something that I can talk about later, but this is good. I appreciate you bringing this question up now so I can address it. If we offer summer school, since we cannot generate ADA, it's an expense for us. It's a pure expense. There's no revenue generating in summer school, except asterisk for ESY, which we haven't done in the past, but we can explore in the future. When we enter into a partnership with Learn for Life, we generate revenue from them from the reimbursement. They also generate revenue, but that ADA revenue that they generate for general education summer school is one that we cannot. So any amount of money that we get from them is revenue for us, but it doesn't totally reimburse us for the entirety of what summer school costs us to run. So it generates some revenue, but it doesn't make cash flow positive for summer school, which was always a net an expense for the district. So it eases that expense for the district. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, so it's an offset.
Yes.
The terminology is anything that's revenue generating to me is plus $1.
I apologize.
So this is just an offset where it would be a total expense. It just brings down the
Yes. Yeah, I apologize for that lack of clarity. So, yes, so number 6, I think, is the key part there. Without the Learn for Life partnership, VUSD's summer school expenses would significantly increase, possibly with programmatic reductions as well. So that's the overall calculus that we have to consider.
So Learn for Life is not the only charter that's capable of generating ADA in the summer.
No. However, they're the only charter that I know of that operates in this way in the county. So everyone that has this kind of relationship with a charter in the county has it with Learn for Life, to my knowledge. So many charters don't, even though they could, because their instructional calendar is such that they could take on students just for a month and generate revenue in July, many of them don't. And you might wonder why, given how significant it is in terms of revenue generating for them. I can't answer that other than there is some administrative cost and maybe some, I don't want to speculate on why.
I don't have, it would just be speculation why others don't. I don't know.
So I think I mentioned this to you, but for me, like, you know, I have a fundamental problem with us generating revenue for a competing organization, especially if it's not a model that's unique. You know, if it's proprietary, then you kind of are stuck, right? Like if we're paying Google for their stuff, like, okay, well, that's just the way that goes. I would love to see us, not this summer, but maybe later, look at other models, because if we could do a dependent charter that would provide this opportunity, or if VICO could do this through a dependent charter that they could offer to other districts around the county, right? Like this model exists. It is not copyright to Learn for Life, and the fact that they are essentially the only game in town allows them to price gouge us. And I mean, that's my words, not yours. But you know, the fact that they're continually making more profit off of districts and providing us with essentially fewer resources to do the work of summer school. I mean, I just have a fundamental problem with that.
It is way too early for me to take a public stance on this, but we've had separate conversations. We've engaged VICO in similar conversations, so it is something that we are looking into. We have a high interest in.
I'm happy to nag as often as you want.
Do we know how many other districts Learn for Life's working with on the same model?
In Ventura County, I know of at least 3 others, and there could be more. And just in Ventura County, and they can operate in many other counties. Per their charter, they can operate in their county of their charter origin and adjacent counties. So it could be Kern County, it could be LA County as well.
Do they pay any of our staff, or are we paying our staff and just using the reimbursement we get?
So Learn for Life hires all the teachers and pays them directly. So, for example, for elementary, it says they cover up to 19 days, up to 18 positions at the $77 hour rate. So a total in elementary, and then they have ESY breakout. So the total in elementary is what they're paying for is $305,000. And then certificated for high schools, they're paying about $833. So they're paying about $1.1 million directly to the teachers. And so the way I look at it is, so Learn for Life, if they're collecting, say, the total ADA for all generated students, like $2.5 million, they're paying out of that $2.5 million that they receive $1.1 million to the teachers. And then we are going back and forth with them, negotiating more than what they want to give us. And so then they're saying, no, this is the maximum amount we'll give VUSD. Here's $688,000. And then they take the rest. And so then the positions that we hire on top of that, because they're just paying for the teachers, that doesn't cover the cost of running summer school, right? You still need support staff there. The positions that we're hiring is all of the support staff around it. So you have like your counselors, you have your campus supervisors, your admin support that support that program. So in the later slide, you'll see the portions that we're paying for.
And just to be clear, our contract with them is just a year-to-year contract?
Yes.
Okay, one of the other parts of the conversation that we had recently about summer schools, what elements are really necessary, are really critical, are we required, what might be areas that we can talk about potential reductions if we're looking at controlling costs, et cetera. So we built this framework to try to help you and the public understand how we view summer school. And we separated it into required, critical, advisable, and valuable. So those are all really positive things, but you can at least separate them by sort of the descriptors there. So we're obviously required per student's IEPs to have extended school year services. We believe moving down to the orange box, we believe it's really critical to have high school credit recovery. We've always had that. That's sort of an industry standard component of summer school to keep students on track for graduation, to reduce students' matriculation to continuation schools, et cetera, and to maintain a high graduation rate. As a part of that as well, that's actually not an expense for VUSD other than it's run through VACE, so to the extent to which VACE funds it, it's an expense for VUSD, of course, is that June Ticket to Walk. So for graduating seniors who are just 5 credits short, they can walk so long as they're signed up with VACE for that 5-credit course in June. And they can make it up by the time we report the 4-year graduation cohort to CalPADS at the end of the month. So those red and orange being the most essential, we would argue, and then moving over to things that we think are really important. However, they're not things that are necessarily required or that have a clear, straight line connection to a key metric. Now, we would argue that they have like an indirect connection to a metric, because elementary intervention really critical, as we all know, for long-term student academic performance, and middle school bridge being that trying to get students, sort of what we talked about with the RFEP process, that getting them RFEP'd by the time 5th grade prior to going into secondary, really critical. And then that June initial credit, we put in this category too. So even though this is not a Learn for Life partnership, we serve about 250 students who take health early in June and then take college and career seminar in July, so that they can take more electives in their freshman year. And we all know that electives are really critical, particularly as we decline enrollment. We're trying to maintain elective enrollments broadly so that we can maintain a broad portfolio of electives despite our declining enrollment. I think it's really critical for comprehensive high schools in particular, but also their connections to school, et cetera. So, and obviously it supports all A to G readiness, because a lot of it has to do with world language, and world language is kind of a semi-elective. It's a required course for college enrollment, but it's an elective course as well. So moving down to what we have viewed as valuable, but not required or critical, that June middle school woodshop that we have run with the fantastic Mr. Lehman. And this is not a Learn for Life partnership, but woodshop is something that we have struggled at various times to be able to offer. It's always a highly course requested middle school class, and so we have, and it was something that was run privately many years ago through was it through VEP? Yeah, was it through VEP? So we've just tried to maintain it, given that it sells out. It's free. Sign up, sell out within seconds of us opening. It's really highly sought after and prized, but again, not critical or essential. So this is kind of our framework, and we could include other things here that we have eliminated in the past. So for example, we used to run initial credit courses at the high school. Right after COVID, we would offer some arts. We would offer world history and U.S. history in order for, again, to free up schedule space. But with the addition of 7-period days and with the increased access to dual enrollment, we have shepherded those to other places, dual enrollment, like I said, to where we still can serve those needs without housing them in summer school. Okay. Excuse me. The nexus between summer school and ELOP, and this is where I might lean on you, Laurel, a bit, is that we're required to, by the state of California, to provide 30 additional days for ELOP, and we do some of those days in fall break, and then the majority of those days are done in summer for us to stay in compliance with the ELOP monies that we receive. So it could, I think the question here underlying this is, could ELOP funds be used, and could ELOP programmatically run summer school? And I think the answer is potentially, possibly, but there are some different programmatic and structural criteria that ELOP is responsible for that summer school is not. So there's a different ratio, 20 to 1 as opposed to 25 to 1, which is the ratio that we work with Learn for Life. Whereas in elementary summer school right now, we have a criteria for low-performing students to be selected so that they can receive summer intervention. That's not exactly the criteria for ELOP. It's about low income. It's about socioeconomically disadvantaged students. And so there would be some fundamental differences between those two things. But Laurel, anything else that we would want to talk about between the nexus, on the nexus of these two programs?
It would be very doable in a future summer. This summer, things are already so far underway that it would be extremely challenging to change at this point. But if we wanted to plan towards this for a future summer, that would be feasible.
Okay, so, and right now, I think I'm happy to come back to this and answer any questions, and if you want to focus on that. All right, spreadsheets. This is it's on your cue, and I'll just offer up what I can as you're outlining these.
So, exactly what it looks like. It's the first line is Learn for Life reimbursement. That is what the agreed upon amount that they would be giving us. This was for last year. And then so we have 25, 24, 23, 22. Then those are not Learn for Life's payroll costs. Those are our payroll costs. You'll see in the next slide the breakdown of the classifications that make up that cost in Gen Ed elementary and secondary, and then SPED elementary and secondary, and transportation. And so, and then those are the supplies. The supplies for the 24, 20, or 25 fiscal year is $1,479 because they're in two different years. We'll see about $30,000, $40,000 hit before the close of the year this year. So that way later on when we're talking about next year's, this upcoming year's summer, which technically lands in this following fiscal year, you'll see those supplies hit at the end. So it's always like that. So we always budget about $30,000, $40,000 based on historical. If you look in the past 3 years, that's kind of what they've been spending. And so essentially right now, or last year's summer school netted us $413,000 that we did not have. Like we spent more than what we were reimbursed from Learn for Life. So the total expenses to the district, our expenses, not Learn for Life, was $1.1 million. We got reimbursed from them at $688,000, and so that was a deficit of $413,000. And so then the breakout down below is what ELOP's payroll was for, and then the supplies, the mileage and services, and the total expenses for ELOP that were separate outside of that 1.1 million was about 286,000.
And Dr. Musa and board, I do want to at least offer that top row there, that Learn for Life reimbursement has gone down. And I can't speak to what to me, and I think to all of us, is the invisible calculus behind where that number comes from. I can at least tell you that our summer school enrollment has gone down post-COVID. We had a lot of credit deficient deficit students to work through, and so there is a declining enrollment in summer school that is either commensurate or somewhat parallel to our overall declining enrollment. So I'm sure that plays a factor.
So if you go to the next slide, that is the breakout of the job classifications of the support staff the district employs and pays directly, outside of what I mentioned, the $1.1 million that Learn for Life pays for the teachers directly. And so it's broken out into Gen Ed elementary and secondary, and then SPED elementary and secondary. The bulk of those costs are obviously looks like it's in special education. Next slide. So 2026, this upcoming year, summer school will take place at the Gen Ed portion, Juana Maria, EP Foster and Balboa, then ESY at EIC, Elmhurst and Balboa. Total school days would be 19 from 7/6/2026 to 7/30/2026, and those are the total estimated Gen Ed and ESY students. And then that's the breakdown below of the high schools and where they'd be taking place at, the time period and the number of estimated students. And then if you go to the next slide, Greg. So these are the estimated personnel cost above and beyond, once again, what Learn for Life is going to hire for the teachers that the district is estimating that they would need for this upcoming summer. And majority of those costs were for an increase in teachers. For comparatively, if you look at 2025 teacher cost compared to 2026 teacher cost, there's a drastic increase there. And so about $1.2 million that it's going to cost the district on top of. So if you go to the next slide, I'll tell you the reimbursement that they're going to be paying us. So it's the $645,718 is Learn for Life's reimbursement. Based on the slide you saw previously, the payroll costs are estimating at $1.2 million. We put in $35,000 for supplies. So you're looking at a deficit of $630,000.
So it's not a negotiation. They just tell us what they're going to give us?
Essentially, yeah. We go back and forth. We go first round and request, like, hey, look, we want you to cover $1.2 million. And they look at the revenue that they're going to receive and I guess what they want to break even with and then decide what to give us.
Yeah, that doesn't make a lot of sense.
The answer is yes, and it's a take it or leave it negotiation. Here's what we're willing to.
So why don't we make them leave it?
Sorry, what?
Why don't we just tell them no? Then their business model goes away.
Well, a couple things. We have those conversations. Where we are right now, and this lends itself to the earlier question, which is what could this look like in the future? But if we were to say, since it's a take it or leave it negotiation, and we were to say, well, we're not going to take it, then those costs fall all on the district. And that's right where we stand right now.
But they would be at zero.
But they would be at zero.
Yeah, but the problem is we wouldn't be able to collect any ADA for the gen ed students. If you look at the previous slide, go back one more right there. So those total estimated gen ed students, we wouldn't be able to collect ADA because we're not a 12-month year-round school. So we could only collect the ADA on the ESY. And when we did the math, it didn't quite pencil out.
Yeah, the so what factor is, so like if we say we're not doing this, we're taking it all on, it's one of two things. Either we're dramatically cutting what our summer programs look like and going back to that critical slide, critical and advisable, or we're spending more money to offer the same thing. That's where it is. That's where it stands right now. Those are our two options.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is a timing issue because if you go back to the multicolored boxes, thank you. The only thing on here that we have to do is ESY, right? Everything else is choose to do, and they have real value, but we're choosing those. My concern, and I shared this last time, is we didn't have this conversation, right? So before we commit to doing, I mean, I feel like we're where we are for this summer. We're not going to change anything. But before we have this conversation again next year, we need to have a conversation about do we value these things? Because for one, we don't even know what each of these boxes costs us, right? With the staffing is broken down into like elementary gen ed, secondary gen ed. I mean, how much are we paying for the wood shop? I mean, like, I think wood shop is great, but when we did it through VEP, I actually helped Karen Reynosa run that. We made like $40,000 a year for VEP doing that, right? So it was profitable. And parents were only paying, I think it was $200 for a week of wood shop, right? And you could easily offer scholarships if the goal is to have it be accessible to students, right? So there are other models out there. We just can't look at them now in mid-May for this summer.
Agreed. And I hesitated to bring this up when you were asking about what do other districts do related to Learn for Life. There's also the extra question, which is what do other districts do outside of Learn for Life? And one of the things that other districts do, they work through the foundations primarily to have a pay-for-service summer model. Where families pay not just for wood shop, but they're paying for a lot of access to classes. That is something that the board could consider. It's not, there, as you can imagine, there are lots of issues that come with that, but that is something that we could consider.
Well, the thing that strikes me when we're looking at this, if we're looking at cuts again next year, this could be a lot of the cut process. I mean, I'm not going to say it's going to be easy in that, but I'm just saying versus having to cut our employees, because this is an expense to us.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, it gives us a year to explore options because, I mean, I think the consensus is that Learn for Life is not our favorite vendor. So,
Yeah, they don't think we're going to call the bluff is what I think it is, and they're just dictating the terms, which doesn't sit well with me at all. But I'm only 20%.
I think the other thing, though, is that, like, post-COVID, when we were offering a lot of options for our high school students and middle school students, right, families saw a real value in that. And so I think if there's a way for us to get to a place where we are offering, even if it's for a fee, summer school programs that their kids can opt into, right? If your kid is little, you're paying for summer school childcare, right? So paying for a summer program that they want to do versus paying for some, like, the city or the Y or whatever else, right? Like, it's kind of a wash. And then, for some of the students who want to do June initial credit or, like bridge programs, I mean, if parents are willing to pay a small fee for that, it's going to offset enough of our costs that we could also offer scholarships to kids who are not in a position to pay for it. And I think we end up coming out a lot better. And I mean, it just gets my goat that we're giving money to our competition. Like, that just doesn't,
makes no sense.
that does not.
Burger King wouldn't do that for McDonald's or Jack in the Box.
Well, thank you for the feedback. These are things that we're looking at. And although, yes, we're looking forward to the next year, our team is also looking at what are some cost-saving measures that we could also realize this summer, and we'll be sharing those with you as we go through the process.
all right. So at this time, we have 7 minutes until we hit our end time. I mean, do we want to be generous and say 11:30? I don't think we're going to need that at all, but that we would have a nice cushion so that we could finish what's left.
It's fine with me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Move an extension to 11:30.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
And Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
And I know we don't have the card up, but I would love to take a 5-minute health break if possible. Okay. All right. So it is 10:24 right now. Let's just make it a nice even 10:30. We'll be back at 10:30. Okay, moving on to conference items. Number 1, Ventura County Office of Ed, Q3 Williams Report.
I'm pleased to report that all schools were in compliance with both instructional materials and facilities.
Excellent, thank you. Moving on to consent, we had 2 items to be pulled from our consent. Let's move down to A4, Ventura Unified School District and Ventura County Indian Ed Consortium, MOU.
Yeah, I pulled this item just because I wanted to highlight the work that our Indian education team does to support our Indigenous families and students. I had the honor of being at Cal-Lu for their honoring ceremony where they acknowledged the student and the staff member of the year and gave graduation blankets to all of the graduating seniors from around the county. And it was just an amazing job. And Ms. Jacobs, who runs it for us, did it's such a thoughtful program. And so I just pulled it because I wanted to acknowledge how grateful I am that we're the county seat for that program, and she does such a great job. So,
thank you. And then the other item was D4, the Food and Nutrition Service Contract.
and again, that was me. And thank you for being here so late. I apologize. I just had a couple of questions about kind of some of the restrictions. We don't see you as often as we used to. So you do have a responsibility to make sure that we're buying American. That's kind of a new thing. And so since these contracts are here, I just was wondering if you could talk about some of the criteria that go into choosing the vendors to make sure that we have really healthy and good food for our kids.
Sure. Good evening. So we have changed the process a little bit. We used to do IFB, formal bidding only, where everything was based directly just on price. So over the years, we've changed it to an RFP process, so we can do kind of a questionnaire with the vendors. Pricing always weighs heaviest, but that gives us the option to kind of put things in that we're interested as a district, more specific to the district needs. So Buy American is a provision we are required to follow. That really comes into play with produce, especially. A lot of items can be offered from outside the country, and we're only allowed to have bananas come out of the country because they're not grown here. And there are some exceptions to that rule if you have proof, but we have to follow that provision through CDE. So yeah, we sometimes I have companies reach out to me. We let them know that our bid season's in the spring. That's kind of a known thing across food service. And we notify our current vendors, and the process happens. They fill out pricing, they fill out availability. We give them a usage of the products that we'll use for the year, because we also have to meet all the subgroups that are required with CDE for vegetables. So unfortunately, sometimes that's tough for local small farms, because they may not grow enough products that we need in order to meet those subgroups, and so they're kind of disqualified for those items. So a way we can kind of get around that a little bit with supporting some smaller local farms is we use Farm Cart Organics. We use them through our CDFA grant for the Harvest of the Month program. So it's a smaller purchase, but we're also giving money back into that local economy. That's so important to us. So we're always finding ways to try to make sure we're offering local seasonal fruits and vegetables, especially, and featuring them on the salad bars and on recipes.
And then again, just because you're here, and this is always a pet peeve of mine, but I'll hear people say, oh, those lunches are so processed. And I always interrupt them, because we do an amazing job. Your staff specifically does a great job of preparing food. And I just wanted to give you a chance to explain that a little bit.
Sure. My staff absolutely does a wonderful job. I'm extremely thankful and grateful for each and every one of them. We have moved away from almost all packaged foods. We do one packaged item, the pan dulce. Our staff is cooking recipes. They're cooking from raw meat product. Each year, it's been a goal of ours to improve the quality of the food that we're serving the students, and that will always, as long as I'm at the helm, be a goal. I'm not going to feed our students what I wouldn't feed my own children, and I would feed my children what we're feeding our students today. So I would hope anybody that has questions would feel more than comfortable to reach out to me. And we do get kind of a bad rap and the stigma of school food. If I could change it overnight, I would. But they're more than welcome to visit a cafeteria. They're more than welcome to give me a call, and we can talk about it further.
And I would just add, food service caters for us. So we eat your food. We love your food. We're always happy when you guys take care of us before our meetings. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thank you for staying so late. I'm
Of
sorry
course.
for holding you here.
It's okay. Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
I'll move approval of the consent calendar.
I'll second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
And Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
Just for clarification, that included the two that you pulled?
Yes.
Yes? Okay.
Okay, so ad hoc committee reports.
Yesterday, I attended the Mental Health Committee, and that's why I'm wearing green, because this is Mental Health Awareness Month. And just really appreciate all of the work that our counselors are doing on our campuses to help during what is a very stressful time of year as the school year wounds up. But they're doing lots of great things.
I would add, James and I were yesterday at the CTE meeting, and we got to learn about $1.8 million worth of grants that have been secured to help over the last year to help us provide those amazing programs. We always get to hear from a lot of our community partners and what the needs are in the community for these CTE pathways. And always the highlight, we got to hear from two of our students who are currently enrolled in CTEs. And it was really interesting because in my house, I've got a kid who is on their second year of culinary, but they're not going into the culinary field. And I thought that was the anomaly. But actually, both of the students who spoke, neither one were planning on going directly into the field they were CTEing in, but both of them remarked on just what an incredible impact it had had on their choices going forward. So it was a great meeting.
I forgot, I was supposed to mention, we had our all-district art show 2 weeks ago now, right? No, was it last week? Last week, it's all a blur. And so all the board members, you should have received a copy of this year's show booklet, which Hillary Moorfield put together, featuring all the artists that were selected. Shout out to Mary Perez from Vita, who hosted the show for us again this year. It's always just a highlight for me, and we had 110 pieces of art that were selected from across the district, and we sold almost 20 to collectors. So really cool.
And again, culinary was done by Buena High School. They did a phenomenal job. And then also last week, several of us were at the Ventura Educational Partnership celebration, and VHS did the appetizers for that event. Again, phenomenal. It's been a lot of good stuff. This time of year gets a little busy, but it's full of good stuff. So thoroughly enjoying it.
And as the coming events are being added to the screen, I'll just add what's interesting about the comments of the students. You're absolutely right. So many of them don't apply whatever they're learning in their pathway immediately. But then when you touch base with them years later, they do come back to it in different ways, shapes, and forms. So it is still a part of what they end up doing in some way.
Well, my kid's got to eat, so
There you
I
go,
think it's
right.
culinary is going to work out great for him.
Yeah. Many events, just as you said, it's the end of the year. We talked earlier about our LCAP meeting is coming up. We have another Teacher of the Month celebration on the horizon. Multiple high school events. You have the senior night, our retirement celebration, and our school closure advisory committees, and then the senior nights and our ongoing efforts to continue to educate our parents through the SPED workshop.
All right, thank you for that. Any additional board or superintendent comments? We're good? All right.
Well,
Yes.
we do need for future board items to have another meeting about meeting structure. Like we've scheduled it a couple of times, but we never got to it. And I think, tonight's an example where I think that we can structure this better and maybe put some time constraints in or something would help us get our meeting along and get the business of the board to be done at a reasonable time.
I think you have consensus. I'm seeing several nods. In that case, is there any reason to go back to closed session?
No.
All right.
Move adjournment.
A second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
And Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you, Base. Thank you guys so much.